Hello, hello. Hang on here just a moment. Seems like the game is not, or OBS is not going to pick up the game. Fucking, come on. Oh, now it picks it up. Oh, that's kind of nice of it. Oh, excellent. Problems that fix themselves. Uh, Good afternoon and welcome to Satisfactory. My name is Volcata, and oh, we got so much to do today. The project that I had scheduled for today is going to be sidetracked just a little bit. It's still the primary focus for today, but there was something else I was working on that for next episode that I was thinking that maybe we could do some of that live. Well, because it involves some of now we have. I guess you don't know. It'll be revealed in the next episode. We have our time lapse mod again. We can once again time lapse. So I'm going to do a quick time lapse of a project that I'm working on for next episode. Before we get started with today's primary focus, which is setting up the foundation for getting more power to our factory, because while we are not out of power yet, we are getting dangerously low. I think we're close to the point where if everything turned on at once, we would be like right on the line, and it's a little close for comfort as far as I'm concerned. Especially since as we do these large scale projects, like the last live stream for Satisfactory when we built the circuit board Megaplex, it in itself was 3 gigawatts. And we don't have 3 gigawatts of overhead. So you can see how fast a project can eat up basically all the overhead. I'm gonna pull real quick like. Alright, so we're producing 19 gigawatts. We could, if everything turned on, we could consume 19.7. So we are, the blue line is above the gray line, and that's not a good thing. But right now, we're only consuming 14. So we have kind of a 5 gigawatt breathing space. But, again, that's, if something turns on, then that number can spike way up. So we want to make sure that we don't run out unexpectedly, and especially since this project is going to take quite some time. I mean, I'll be surprised if we get this done in anything less than 3 sessions, lengthy hourly, multi-hour sessions. So during that time, gotta make sure we got stock in that train. During that time, I'll be working on other projects as well, and so we're going to be eating up more and more. We need space for some. This is my concrete-ish train car. Whenever we pull it in at home, it auto loads. And it's frozen. There we go. It auto loads concrete from this station, but I also use it to hold the encased industrial beams. What space do we have? None. I just used it all up. Okay. Let's you see, I docked before I last saved. And, it isn't refilled yet. I have it refilling on a Mark 1 belt because I don't want it to actually take away from, to drain anything quickly, because normally that's sitting idle. You know. Grab all that out, bring that in. All right. That should be good. One more for ourselves. I think we don't have enough concrete just on hand. And we have a few spots open. Not worried about copper sheeting because where we're going, we're producing copper sheeting. Top off rotors. I like to max out materials in my inventory. You know, utilize this slot as much as possible. I don't need bacon on me. Drop that right here. Oh, another thing that we're going to, it'll be mentioned in the next episode, is that we now have hostile creatures in the world. They fixed that bug, which means we should make sure that we are adequately armed. I think we're okay with what we've got. Maybe top off a little bit on obelisks. Okay, here, my mouse doing funny things. Make sure that the or if that's making anyone dizzy, cleaning the bottom of the mouse. There we go. All right. I said nobelisks. Where do I have nobelisks? I don't think I routed them to the front. I did not. Go to the other side. Everything that's at the front of, or most of the stuff that's at the front of the warehouse has its permanent storage back here somewhere. Here we are. And I've just, you know, if they're quick access items, mostly like belting material, I've routed them under the building across and back up to the other side because that's where you saw, you know, back and forth from the train. I just pop in, grab what I need, and back onto the train. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Nope, nope, nope. It's like there's a secondary concrete here. And then all the belting materials except for regular iron plating. Just because I've been too lazy to route it here. Alright. We're good. Yeah. So today we're going to start out by going to the electronics hub, which has been the primary focus of the big picture of the past several episodes. I mean, we spent time away from it, like when we built the circuit board manufactory over in the Spire, but that was all to support the hub. And the hub is filling out. I really need to cut that tree down. We're running out of projects that are going to need to be done in the hub, which is great because that was the whole point to it. It was, you know, it was a large space, and it was always meant to become kind of a complex where all the electronics kind of came together. And we are filling in the space pretty well for the timing of actually running out of products that we need to build there. So it's worked out pretty well. But we're getting ready to build the building for high-speed connectors, which is the primary focus of next episode. Plenty of other things going on in that episode, but it was the primary goal. Need to swap those. Or to have the light in the front of the direction you're going. I want them in the opposite order so they don't block the vision of each other. Like that order, that's the way it should be. So, in case you didn't see that episode, up there is the manufacturing for silica. And there's a broken building next to it, which is kind of the burnt out husk of the first attempt. Because I built the building twice. Which was a giant pain. Wasn't intentional. I built that building right there, and then realized that it wasn't producing enough, and so I needed to move it over, try to have more space to use a different recipe. And I left half of the original building there like it was burnt out. I haven't decided yet whether or not that's going to be a permanent feature. I mean, the building's not in the way of anything because I'm using the miner that's inside it. But the miner is transporting somewhere else, so it doesn't need the space for construction. All right, so this is where we're going to build our high-speed connector building. It's going to be the same width as this building, so it'll fit pretty nicely, and the materials are more or less all right here that it's going to need. So we're going to buddy it up. We're going to build it right there, and that should be good because it's going to be a 5x10 building. And so we're going to want to have a space between the two buildings. So that's already 4. Turn on zoop. That will be the building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hard to tell because using a different color. Let's see here. Right. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need one more. So that's going to be the general dimensions of the building. And then 5 this way. That should put us too shy of this. Yeah, I think that'd be good enough. I'd rather be closer to that building than this building. I think that's good. So I'm actually going to delete this because we are going to do a time lapse. Of course, it won't look like a time lapse because you're seeing it done in real time. But we will be running the time lapse mod, and I wanted to capture the full building of it. Let's see here. Before we start, we need to plan out all the materials that are going to go to it. I think it's silica. Let's see here. It's high-speed connector, so it's silica, circuit boards, and quick wire. And we have the quick wire up here. I need to tear most of this down and just rebuild it all because it's such a mess. So much of it was temporary because I didn't know where things were going to be permanently when we were building. And now that things are kind of cementing their locations, we can actually run this in a more intelligent way. But we are going to, so this quick wire is going to that building, this quick wire is going there, and this is a new quick wire location that will be built tomorrow in tomorrow's episode, though it's already been built. So I put signs here to remind myself of how much quick wire is coming to each of the freight platforms above us. Pretty convenient. I didn't even realize that you could do this. Not only can you attach this to a ceiling, but you can drag it down. That's so cool. I love it. So this right here it has more quick wire than the other two stations. And it's perfect because this right now we're using 420 quick wire to that building over there, which is our computer manufacturing. And we're going to double that up. Probably not today, then my next episode. But half of that building takes 420 quick wire. So when we double it up, it's going to use 480 quick wire. And that's how much is, or not 480, 840. That's exactly how much is showing up at that station. So that's perfect. So we will tap the new quick wire right here. And we'll use 380, something like that of it. So that's going to be fine. I don't think I want to bother pre-routing it. Don't need, whatever that used to be is no longer in use. That used to be, oh, okay, so that used to be plastic. It's pointing at this new circuit board intake, and we might need those. So I'm just going to leave that. That's a temporary thing. Plug it in. I don't think we'll need it today, but we're going to need it soon. And right there is the silica. So all we need to do is get that quick wire over here somewhere. So that's going to be fine. So I'm not too concerned about where I put the inputs for the materials. We need, I said, circuit boards, silica, and quick wire. I'm going to want 2 of them to come from the roof with the design that I'm going to use. So that will be quick wire and silica. And the circuit boards, this is a circuit board manufacturing building right here that's supplying the computers, but it's producing more circuit boards than it needs. So I'm pretty sure there's enough overhead on this that it can supply the entire high-speed connector building. So we can just tap that circuit board line right there and send it into the building. Or probably run it out a window and straight across into it. So this will be our ground floor material. The other 2 will be our in from the roof materials. And I'll show you the design that we're going to use. Plus, it helps me to look at it again so that I remember how I aligned all this to save a little bit of time. So this building right here is our oscillator building. And you can see it feeds a couple of the materials from the roof. And I left the roof open on this one because it looks like air conditioners in an industrial building. So, you know, I love this. I love the way this came out. And so I want to do this again, and then the products come back up and out. And it looks so cool from the inside. Of course, it's hard to see because right now it's not moving. But watching the stuff feed in from the roof is really cool. I want to get an idea of where I want to align these machines because it's going to be the same layout. And that'll save us some time when, you know, placing and then deleting and then replacing them until we get them centered. I've already figured that out. Okay, so this one, this would be the first one that we place. Let's see the outline of it. So the outline, yeah. See the red box. Yeah, the red box, all right. Red box is exactly on the middle line of the first platform. So that's easy. And aligning to the back. Looks like it's more or less centered. Okay, so the back of the square is on the middle of the second one. So middle of the second one on the back. Hopefully not going to forget this. And then the middle of the side. We don't have to do too much before we start placing them, because foundation is about all we have to place. And we can actually just start down here. I'll admit, the jetpack has made me lazy. I've stopped building ramps to everything. You know, we didn't use the jetpack in Update 5 because we couldn't wear both the jetpack and the Blade Runners, and I'd still much rather have the Blade Runners. But now we don't have a reason not to have both. Alright, so this is going to go... The front of the building's going to be flat up against this. A little less than ideal. I mean, we could push it back, but I want it to be aligned up with this. And I think we're just going to deal with it. This platform needs to remain here because we will be running conveyors down it in the near future. Probably not today, but in the very near future. So we need to, let's see here, time lapse list. I've already set the camera angle. Pick time lapse. Stop. We're going to copy that to the clipboard. Because it makes it easier for me to stop quickly. And I'm going to load up, I'm going to bring up a off-screen window. All right. I'm going to start this and then stop it because I need if you're not familiar with what the mod does, is it will take a screenshot. The way I've got it set, it'll take a screenshot every single second, and the camera is way up there in the sky pointing down here. And what I want to do is I want to run it just for a couple of seconds so I can check my folder over here on the other window, make sure the screenshot's where I want it to be before I start actually running it. And this will also get to create the folder. Should be good. A screenshot over here, make sure the alignment looks all right. It's a little bright, but I can't do anything about that right now. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. All right. And the dimensions we said 5 by 10, and the first manufacturer needs to go half on the first side and 1.5 from the back. All right. All right, let's get started. Give it a second for it to make a couple of shots. Okay. All this is being recorded now. Guess we can do 2. by 5. That is indeed lined up where we expect it to be. It is very good. No snapping. There's always a bit of a pressure when the time lapse is running. The more I end up standing around, the more screenshots that I have to go through and delete. Plus, if I can quickly add, more buildings, then you can see in the same frame. the next thing building while the previous thing is still facing. All right, so we said box should line up exactly on the half and the half. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Just hold down the control key so it snaps into place. All right, and we're going to need it to go 1, 2, 3, 4 walls high, 4.5. At the top. There we go. And then we're going to want to do, let's see here, the circuit boards will come in and wrap around. Probably hit the first one. So let's grab a conveyor. Not worried about the speed of the conveyor. This is purely to measure the location of the conveyors. We're going to be deleting these. But since we're bringing in from the roof, this will help us align where the mergers and splitters and whatnot will be. So the height of these isn't really important. Let's stop the time lapse for a moment. We can get up there and I should build a ladder. So you can see they're not going to be up to the same height, and that's fine. This is a two-story building we're standing on. I say that, and I almost wish we had raised this building, but I think we're fine. I don't think it'll be necessary. You know, we could make extra headroom. Nah, we're good. So let's zoom. Texture, glass frames. Or turn that the wrong way. All right. I'll fix it later. It won't be obvious in the time lapse. Probably won't. The screenshot's kind of high up. It probably won't catch the orientation of the glass. All right, so we need splitters. Actually, what we want to do is no. Get reassigned to my key. Think of that. Yeah, get a system here for this. Because centering this isn't real, it's I believe it's that. That's considered the back. Let's go downstairs. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. You know what? We're gonna build a ladder. Gonna build a ladder. Let's get this out of my way. Ladder, ladder. Why do I always forget my ladder is? There it is. Perfect. All right. Let's start the time lapse again. So we need to place these placeholders because we can't place them right on where we need them. If I didn't misalign any of these. Oh boy, that's up there. All right. I know the hard way when we go to actually line everything up on the inside. All right. All right, so hopefully that is actually aligned. I'm going to stop the time lapse because the next stuff is not going to be visible on it. It's going to be down here. This is the way we're going to make sure that they are aligned. All right, so we need 90 per minute in one of the belts and 37.5. So we need a Mark II and a Mark I. I think it's going to be easier to get the silica across, so we'll make that first one. We'll make this one the second one. That's not a good sign. That should be making a deet deet sound. Why are you... misaligned. Well, that's why we check now. Whole thing is you move forward 1 pixel. Fortunately, they can overlap. Why did I keep doing that? The orientation of these don't actually matter, but I know that the conveyors are going to be facing this way, and so I turn this match. Literally has no bearing whatsoever. I should have checked those while we were still down there. These are off. I bet those are off as well. At least now that we have a ladder, it's easy enough to get back up and down. Okay, those are on. Never a doubt. So we're gonna do silica first. Spreader. Yep. Perfect. Every other one. And Mark IIs. And that's good. We'll still need to run conveyor down here. See if there's a way we can siphon some circuit boards. So these are all going upstairs. We don't want to pull off of the bottom. We want to pull off of the final merge, which would be right here. I think that we can fit. And we're running outside that window. Or we could run it around the room, back down to the floor. That's what we should do. All right, let's go downstairs, find out where we would like to transport those items through. We got a staircase in the way here. Huh. Be ideal if we brought it in right here. Maybe we could bring it down here and go out through a window there, but you know, I don't want to. We'll really make this cramped. I think we'll just make it. We'll make it work right here. Mark 1 belt. We're only going to be pulling like 12, I think, 12 circuit boards per minute. I'd like to do this more cleanly, but I don't really have much of a choice. This is a merger. We're going to need a split. This is really a tight fit. I see there's a clever way we can route this. Okay, that's better. I don't know if there's a clean way, because this is a merger here. It has to be. I mean, the only other option would be to bring this up elsewhere and split that off for, like, I just said we don't want to take off the bottom floor. But with a smart splitter, it would be safe to do it. And the reason I don't want to take out the middle of the supply chain is because if too much went one way, then like, if too much of it went out this main route, then the early split could end up not sending enough to the other building. But if we do a smart splitter downstairs, then we can make sure 100% goes that way and overflow comes this way. Because we don't necessarily need to do the up and down. You just bring this over, split it, send it up. Well, we don't need to do this. We still need this, but... Oh, no. Gave that. And we would just reroute. I don't think we can get, I mean, ideally we would have this right here, but that's not enough room to do that. Bring it up over here. Still might be okay. Really just a Mark 1. And we just bring it up. Yeah, I think that'd be okay as a turn. Always looking for that 90-degree turn. Perfect. Means we don't need this. Although we need to repaint this. Let's see here. It is circuit board green, copper. Line it up, go back to 1, 2, 1, 2. Go, and we will want to default to the left, overflow to the right. Once that backs up, then all this should start going where it belongs. There we go. And that's going to guarantee that that building doesn't get shorted because too much of it going to the computers. You know, the bottom floor supplying more than the top floor. We want the top floor to carry the weight of the computer building. All right, so that should be good. All right. Problem number 1 solved. Not thrilled about it getting in the way of the door, but I live with some things. Should have done this instead. That's centered. -2, 1, 2. There we go. Nice. Perfect. And that way it will come in and we can just easily distribute it across the back. Check the screenshots. I don't think that we have a good line of... Now that we have a roof in the way, I doubt we can see the basement. Yeah, we can't see anything that's going on in the building at this point. All we'll be able to see is the walls going up and, of course, belting across the top. So we can go ahead and run these now. I built up, that was a merger. I don't need a merger, I need a splitter. Look right, looks right. Yeah, we're only going to use 12 circuit boards per minute. In fact, let's go ahead and paste recipes in all these. I think I just repasted to the same machine because they're so large. Did. Easier to do that before all the belts are on our way. Come on, where's the line? I'm too far forward. Why am I not? I just know I'm going to walk off the back of this. There's the line. Alright, that's circuit boards. Just need to do the final connection. Let's see. I think we're going to run the conveyors before we build the walls, because it's easier to get in and out of the building when there are no walls in the way. So we said this side's going to be silica. No, this side will be silica. I think we can run silica like out the window. Not that it matters. We have silica right here. Probably we'll want to turn it and send it out a window right here. Yeah. Which means the quick wire can come out one of these windows and wrap around, so. Alright. Let's resume our time lapse. Hopefully we got that right. Trusting those lines are not lying to me. Incorrect. Stop the time lapse. Recalibrate where this should be. Normally I put the mergers first and then the holes. I'm used to that alignment. I'm not used to doing it the other way around. Okay. Are you trying to build downstairs? Okay, yeah, that's connecting properly. All right. So it needs to be just over the ledge, just a little bit. Bring up the screenshots. Save myself a bunch of time by deleting that entire sequence right now. Because later on I'll have to go through all of these. And since I know that we won't be using that build sequence. Get rid of it right now. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay. I said a little bit over the edge, which just looks like that's right. Here we go. Now technically I don't have to do it like this. Because I mean they don't have to connect straight in, right? We can certainly just run conveyors from the Gotta be that right there. I like it when they snap straight in. It's satisfying about it. These are Mark IIs because they're going to be 90 per minute quick wire. Please, thank you. And back to Mark I. And we're going to have 370 quick wire per minute to the entire facility. Get a very fast spine. And only no, this is how much silica did I say? I do this so often. Just throw up a temporary machine so I can look at a recipe. $37.5. 37.5 times 4. 150. That's a Mark III belt. I think that we will. I'm gonna say words. Right, we could go either side of this. Hey, it's raining. I don't know if you guys can see those particle effects, but it doesn't rain very often. Alright, this will be our output of the building. We only need a Mark I belt because it doesn't produce a whole lot. I think it's it's gonna be 12 total per minute. All right. And I want actual window of some type down here. We want to go with, I think, bay windows because we're actually by a bay. No, don't autosave. Not one time lapsing. All right. First, we need to come up with a color scheme for the building. I think it's gonna be black and green, because I think that's the colors for the. So I might change the way I'm building this. So it's an end to end, right? Black on each end and green in the middle. Yeah, I'm going to change this. Slight change. I have a lot of screenshots for just a little building, a little bit of wall building. All of that is the conveyors. Did we not stop before we started building walls? Oopsie. Oh yeah, we can delete everything after this point. Screenshot 104 of the most recent patch. Our time lapse is up to 810 screenshots already. All right, that. I made a goof just now. Were the windows already drawn? They were not. All this needs to go because I'm doing a very subtle change in the design. The windows need to go because I just deleted the screenshots that also contain the windows being built. Time-lapse is already going to be short enough as it is. It wasn't exactly a complex building. This part will be done the same. I'm going to put a stripe in the middle. And there is a stripe on the roof that we can't access from here, but it will give us some nice painting options. And we won't see this from the outside because platform there, but it'll show up on the inside. Trying to build over the existing wall. Darn it. Ah. Missed one. Alright. Get it once we get down the other end. Alright, and I think we're going to stick with... I have a darker green. Or inspired green. Good. So I think this was... I can't tell from here, but I think it's slightly darker. The stripe's not going to be green, but these are for me just to paint over it real fast. I just painted the roof. And that's a coated roof, so it's going to, from the top, it's going to look pretty green. And actually, it might look cool. It's a dark green. I don't think any of this is within vision of the screenshots, so worry about the invisible or hidden wall after we're not running the time lapse. Fancy building there, huh? All right. Fall off the building. This will be the ends of the high-speed connector. Black on the end. Cable is just right in the way. Make this difficult. Back to the orange stripe in a minute. Gonna jump off the building. It's gonna be easier to get this down here. top edge is sometimes visible in the screenshots. That's why I'm getting these right now. Time lapse. Please. Thank you. This is the only part that's visible in the screenshot. All right. Now we can take our time getting the rest of the detail in. Really trying not to click on the wrong thing because there's no undo. Ah, jinx myself. And I've seen this bug before. See, we clearly did not paint this door. And somehow when I changed colors on the custom swatch, it switched to match the new colors. And they're not supposed to be attached to the swatch anymore. Now we were going to have to go back to green anyway because I hadn't got that wall. Another one. I don't think we're going to bother turning the machine on right now. Building. Because that's something that I need to do a walkthrough of as part of the episode for tomorrow. And I want to do a walk and talk and record all of that. But now that it's built, it won't take long. And the bottom here, I think we can get away with cheesing this a little bit. Let's mark this as standard. This walling does not inherit the color. Oh, does it come out black? Yeah. I mean, the floor is already black on the sides, but there's depth because it's not aligned. So can I get away with this? If I touch the water, I'll cancel my... almost. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's no way I'm going to do it. I'm out of fuel. All right. So close. This will be the black. For the other end of the connector. Oh, why did you unzoop? One down. Yeah, alright. Good enough. I got the build done. There we go. Very nice. Other than needing to run a couple more conveyors and power, this building is done. Yeah, I think we can deal with power and all that stuff later. Not a big deal. It's only running a couple of belts. Or a couple of cables. I want to actually get to what we were, you know, what today's run was supposed to be about. Why I bothered doing that? Alright, get this out of my screen. And I want to save. I can just load back onto here when I need to talk about it on the episode. A lot easier. I was a little confused. My train looked yellow. It's not yellow, it's green. Alright, so what we need to do today, that's alright, don't worry about our inventory because we're going to be coming back. Our primary focus over the next 2 or 3 streams is going to be establishing a new power base, a new power plant. Please go to the correct one. Thank you. And I truly wanted to go through the full process live as to what goes into designing a mega build and building it. And when we did the circuit boards, I had already designed it. I'd done all the math, I had done all the legwork, and we just built it live. And that took us a lot of time to do. But none of the planning or any of that stuff was, you know, done live. And so I kind of wanted to include all of that as part of making this project. And this is a little bit more of a luxury. Last time when we were doing that mega build for the circuit boards, it was meant to be the next episode. You know, I needed the entire build order was on hold until that facility was built. So it needed to be done kind of in one shot, although it took us a couple weeks to do it. So, you know, spending the time off camera, getting all the planning and everything done ahead of time was kind of necessary because of the time crunch that we had. In this case, we are doing a parallel project. We don't need the product from power. In fact, we're going to sync all the product, at least for now. And you'll see why in a minute. With this rail line that we're running, where the power plant's going to be, we're not going to want to bother running supplies from it unless it's absolutely necessary. It also means that we can pick recipes that completely maximize our production output and don't worry about it shorting us on, you know, materials that we could be using in manufacturing elsewhere. So as you can see, I've spent quite a bit of time off camera getting us to the location that we're going to be building. I have done nothing at the location other than establish the station, because we need the station to get our train there, because our train will be carrying our supplies. It's an easy way for us to get back and forth, and it will supply power to us because that's what the rail line covers. But you can see I have laid a lot of track. Quite a lot of track. I also want to... actually... Wait, stop. I want to do something here, but not yet. It occurs to me that we can build something here. I don't want to fall off. There's, as far as I'm aware, there's no bottom to this. But we could build a building and then, you know, zoop drag foundations down into the mist. So it's like this tower coming up out of the mist. I think that would be super cool. I don't know what we would do here, but part of doing this, you know, this grand thing with trains and the loops is that we can build wherever we want to on the map, and it's relatively painless. Once your network is established from your trains, you can just go wherever you want to go. So this is where I want to go. So I've got this, I've angled this out a little bit over here because in the future we can split this off and do like a station over the waterfalls. And then I don't know how far we can get down. I know that you can get down to that rock without it auto killing you from being dead, you know, out of bounds. And I want a building that we can safely go down into through ramps and whatnot and look out over the mist and look out over the water. I think that would be super cool. And if we never find a product we can build here, maybe we'll just build something for aesthetics, you know, like a welcome center. I don't know. Something else I noticed while I was building this, and those who were with us during our first Satisfactory live stream, when we first went to update 6 and we circled the map looking for hard drives, we saw that wreck all the way over there, and so we built this platform over, and when we got there, there was no pod. And we very thoroughly searched this area for the pod. Oops. Oh, no, that's bad. Ooh. I mean, live, we very thoroughly searched this, and there was no pod anywhere. It was the wreckage, but the pod was missing. And when I was building this, I noticed the pod's back. I don't get it. But, hey, you know, hard drive now. Let's set a marker. Hey, Greg. Oh, so you're aware of this pod? Nice. Of the bug from it. Yeah. I was just this is not cooperating. Why is it not letting me? It's not letting me edit the marker. Wouldn't let me rename it. Didn't interact with any of the buttons on it. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. But we specifically left this platform here. Normally we clean this stuff up, but we left it here on purpose because I said there should be a pod here, and there wasn't. And that we'd come back and check it later. Well, we're back. We've checked it. All right, see if we can get past the... That's good to know, Greg. I didn't realize there was actually a patch notes on. I was building this across, and I glanced over, and I'm like, is that really the pod? And then I didn't even need to go over there because we had this, which of course now it's going to say out of range because I just picked it up. I was like, wow, we'll grab that on Livestream. Kind of a nice revisit from our first trip through here. And of course, our last time we came through here, we went through this entire area, or this general area. Oh, that reminds me. Looking for hard drives on our I need to get out. explore. Okay. I want to get on the roof. I figured this would be a good way to look for hard drives. We'll just ride on the train, look for anything we missed as we go along. Oh, let's see, grab my drink. I should have gotten in here and slowed down sooner. Oh, look right there it is. We got to a little bit lower elevation, so it's easier for me to get back up there. Up to my train. It's nice having life back on the map. Well, you are definitely very observant. I wanted to check something else. The patch notes said that I think the patch notes said that they increased the explosion range of the cluster bombs. They said they did, or they said they're going to. He just didn't care. Did he just look over his shoulder like, what was that? All right. Needs power. Ironically, we can't just drag power off of that. That's going to be too half tempted to just drop a station here and what? That's going to be more worth it. More work than it's worth, just to be cute. Yeah, doggos work again. So, you know, there was a patch where they said they brought everything back, but our world still didn't have any life on it. we were still lifeless. But and actually, I'm going to talk about this in the next episode. But actually reached out to Snoot from Coffee Stain and talked to him about that we still don't have any creatures in our world. It's like, you should. I'm like, well, we don't. So he asked me to send him our save. And I did. And then a few days later, there was another patch saying, for other people, you should now have creatures. And they appeared. So I'm taking credit. I don't know why it's not letting me. Like, look, I can't even click the apply. I can't do anything with these now. All I can do is right click off of it. So, you know, we may or may not have had anything to do with it, but I'm willing to take credit. That we will now have. Oh, I was supposed to ride on top. That's all right. As you can see, again, lots of rail line. They've been very busy. Very busy. And this is only our first trip out here. This is the planning phase. We're not even ready to actually do any building. The amount of time it took to run all this rail out here, line it all up. In fact, I did it twice because of the snap to grid fail. I came I came all the way out here and found, kind of got a feel for where we could get a good straight line across this, and built up to a height that would clear, the stuff using snapped a grid, and then built up, and then built the entire platform line all the way out here to the ocean. Built that one down to meet it, and when they met, it was half a meter off, and so I had to redelete this whole thing and rebuild it all again. The snap a grid goes by 0.5 meters, and I just flip of a coin failed the roll. So is what it is. All right, but now we have power out here, and radar tower. That, I would have been so mad if I didn't have the material. I don't find snap to grid reliable at all. Because it's on a 0.5, and I've heard the argument that if you use a 4-meter platform, it guarantees a snap to the height grid as well, and that I'm here to tell you that's not true. I use the 4 meter. It's let's see if we can just get over to actually we'll just get a platform down here, and then we'll look at it. This. Oh, why did you not zoom? So, the snapping the grid can easily be this isn't going to. But those right there are doing a 1 meter snap, and it might be the region. I'm honestly not so sure if they don't have like regional maps that are offset by 0.5. But it's happened to me multiple times that if I've done a snap to grid at a faraway place, and then tried to match it with another region, it's off by 0.5. Yeah, I'm not going to sit around and mess with it right now. That's what happened here. Because my entire base is on the grid. And I did a 4 meter to start this platform, and it did not match. I mean, it matches on the plane, but height-wise it didn't. All right, what we need first is to establish where everything is, what the purities are, and then start doing math. This is going to be a very, very large build. I could clear my throat. So. Why is the map not behaving right? Hey, lady. Welcome back. Sorry to hear you're not feeling well. We seem to be having some map difficulties that under a previous version of Update 6 was not an issue. We are unable to interact with our markers, and the radar tower is not showing purities. Something turned off? I was relying on the radar tower giving us all of our purities. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Something is definitely messed up with the map. And this is new because, yeah, I can't interact with anything. What did they do to our map? Yeah, latest build, it figures. Any other time, I'd be fine with it not being an issue. Right now, we really need this to work. Okay, and since we don't have beacons anymore, oh, this is going to make this a lot more difficult. All right, let me scratch another page here on my spreadsheet. And we'll just, right now, I'll just use it as a notepad. I mean, at the very least, the beacon is showing us where stuff is. But I was relying on it, like, giving us long-range purities so that we could just sit here and do the math without running all around the map. I think that's sulfur. Too pure, too normal, and too impure. Okay. I'm still going to run around and establish what is where and get our pumps on them. I can't tell if that's sulfur up there or not. I don't know if we're going to go turbo fuel or just regular fuel on this plant. This is going to be a big plant. What we're going to do something that I don't normally do. Why is my mouse sensitivity now weird? Okay, strange. We're going to use the diluted fuel recipe. That I was certain we already had. Well, yeah, I was planning on doing diluted fuel, but now I'm not seeing it in our recipe list. There it is. We're going to go with this recipe. Now, whether or not we are going to upgrade the fuel, some or all of, to turbo fuel is going to be reliant on available sulfur, which I wanted to plan out today, but now I can't tell if that's sulfur or not. That could be copper. Actually, let's look at a place where we know we have sulfur. Like that's sulfur. Okay, so that other icon is not sulfur. So the radar is not picking up sulfur in the area, and that's okay. But what I want to do is I want to do a tower build, and probably what we're going to do is, no, we'll plan it out. But we're going to want to do, bringing fluids up and then running it down. And I think it's going to be cool. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's sulfur somewhere in the area, and if we need to, we can extend our rail line to somewhere if it's reasonable, because we have it here and just have a train bouncing back and forth with the sulfur. But for now, I'm not going to sweat it too much. Let's get our way over to these, over there. And I think I'm just going to platform down. And then across, so we can easily run back and forth. Stop trying to go sideways. And I should using concrete because we don't have infinite supplies of. We don't have nearly as much iron plate on us as we do concrete. I should change my bar up down. I mean, I never use the regular platforms. I use concrete most of the time. It's such a good foundation. Of course, this is all going to be temporary. It's going to be removed, and I don't even know if that's the permanent place for the station. It's just that it was a good place to dock it. It probably will be because this water field here is what we're going to build over, and we'll pump the water up for the diluted. I imagine we got that already. Yep, we did. Yeah, the concrete is by far my favorite. Pattern's good. The color is kind of muted, so you can do a lot with the color without it being overwhelming. It's just a good texture. It's overall my favorite. Back off. He's always coming threes. There he is. Ah. These buggers have gotten a lot more aggressive. Where? I hear you. Where you at?
So lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Oh boy. If we die, it will be a long way back. I do mean a long way back. Where did he go? I know the moment I turn my back to start building, he's going to shoot me. A cave thing down here? Ah, floating moss. Lovely. I'm going to grab the bacon because I don't have bacon in my inventory to stack it on. Alright, fine. We have impure oil here. You know what? We're gonna replace this right now. On my hotbar. Long overdue. I snapped that to the grid. Assume I did, but make sure. All right. Production. Oil extractor. Don't know which direction it's going to be facing, but it's good to get it down. So we have going north to south. We're going to column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can't use the map. All right. North. South.
From Earth.
Oil.
Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
We said number 3 is impure. Right. Let's run all the way up to the northern ones. Obviously I scared off that spitter, because he didn't come back. Oop, oh, nope. Oh. I'm using the shotgun ammo when I'm getting up in his face. Whew. What else? I went through all that effort to get Coffee Stain to fix the bug to bring them back just so I could murder them. I almost feel bad. Alright, this one is pure and it is number 1. Oh, of course, both of the pures are right next to each other. That's gonna... The farthest away ones. A lot of plumbing. That is too high up. Oh, 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 I saw that. Oh, oh, oh. Not good. We don't have a vehicle to stand in and hide. Woo! I can jump too. And still, oh! Ah! He spat and split, yeah. Oh, that was unfortunate. All right. What do we need for a locomotive? It's going to take us less time to get the material together to build a train than it is for us to call our train back home. All right, everything that we need for the locomotive is at the warehouse. And while we're riding, I can update my spreadsheet, because we did see that those were both pure. And we have spare weapons here. Well, hopefully we'll heal up on the way because we got a long way to go. A couple computers. The computers are right here because they come in from the place in the thing. I know the heavy modulars are down here, yeah. Let's just stack. Motors are down here, that means motors are above. There is our pipe. Grab a stack. Okay, I think that computers get delivered from electronics to here. I think there they are. But they're on this end. Careful about jumping off of things because I don't have a jetpack or blade runners. I do not have spares. Do, however, have this. I was underwhelmed by the homing ammo. I'm not even going to bother wasting my inventory space with that. Okay, so that was a little unfortunate. My elite combat prowess failed me. Okay, spreadsheet. So we have pure as the top two. And lady, you said it was 2 of each, right? Two impure, 2 pure. All right. 2 normals. The general idea is going to be we're going to be pumping a lot of fluids, and we might even do like storage tanks on the top and just pump things all the way up the sides, depending on how the shape comes out. And then gravity feed everything down. But what I foresee is... why are we braking? Oh, there's a train up there, okay. Bottom floor probably would be... we gotta think this out. I was thinking bottom floor would be the diluted pumps, packagers. So this is telling me that I need to spend some time rebalancing these blockers. I only have one train that goes there and back to this side of the map, so I never bothered to spread out the path blockers. But I want a floor that's going to be just the packagers, or I got to be the refineries that are making it diluted. And And that should be... Like this. There's going to need to be a resource loop where the containers cycle between them, because we'll have one stock of containers. They'll... Right, that was it. Right, I got it. Refineries on bottom. Now I remember. Refineries on bottom doing the diluted fuel, because that packages it straight into containers, and it's we no longer have to deal with fluid functions. And then we conveyor lift all of the packaged fuel to the roof, unpackage it there into big storage bins, fluid bins, and then gravity feed it down into several floors of fuel burners. And we'll stack the floors and come up with some kind of design. I want it to be, you know, efficient, but I want it to be pretty, because it's going to be a mega build. So we'll come up with some kind of shape. The floors might not be all uniform. Some kind of, you know, maybe a zigzagging shape going up, so it's kind of a modern art, neo-deco, whatever fancy words you can throw in there, building. And it'll just be a skyscraper. So it's going to easily be our tallest building. And then of course we'll have to figure out where we're going to put the refineries that are producing the crude. It's going to be art noir, yeah. Noir is one of my favorite genres. Did you have you seen Into the Spider-Verse, lady? The Into the Spider-Verse had, you know, they have the Spider-Man coming from different multiverse, universes, and they have the black and white noir Spider-Man wearing a trench coat and a fedora. He's my favorite Spider-Man instantly. He's wearing a trench coat and a fedora, and his trench coat is blowing in the wind, and there's no wind. There's another character even makes a comment like, "Where's the wind coming from?" It's like he's just so cool that his jacket's blowing in the wind, even though there's no wind for it to blow in. And he's voiced by Nathan Fillion, which is one of my favorite actors. Yeah, if it's on your list to watch, then watch. I won't talk anything about the show itself. But can't even jump over this. But that character, the noir Spider-Man, is just phenomenal. Just getting this out of my inventory because we're gonna be picking up, you know, our body, and I don't want to. First thing, you know, you hit click, you take all, and it always takes everything except for the stuff you need. The equipment is always the last thing it picks up. So if your inventory is full, you're in trouble when you're in combat. Into the Spider-Verse was such a good movie. I'll save again. It's been an hour. Alright, this is a one-way trip because I didn't build a platform back up. And we don't have concrete. Oh, this is all falling apart. Go big or go home. I might end up going home. Now I should do. I was gonna send our train towards home, but if this doesn't fail, then there's nowhere for it to turn around and come back. So if it leaves, it's gone. Like even if I override it and tell it to come back, there's no loop before it gets all the way back to our home area. So we can't call it back to use it. Spider-Man cup, very nice. Okay, so this guy came back. That was the guy that spit and splat, or spat and split. I want to deal with you. You're in my way. I need up there. No, I wanted to have put the food in my offhand. Oh wow, that actually worked. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do either. What I wanted to do. Speaking of spiders, spider mom should be around here. One thing I always forget to do in movies is look up. Where are you at? Oh, the instant I click on that thing, she's gonna drop out of the sky like Batman. Yes. Yes, alright. We have mobility again. Alright. Alright, lady. There's sparklies up there. Oh, this area is full. Wow. Look at all the... No wonder it was so well defended. That's at least 4 slugs. Get the high ground. I'm stealing your slugs. Come out and defend them. Does it think there's another slug there? There she is. Ah, she moved. Oh, that got your attention, didn't it? How about a little fire scarecrow? still hearing sounds. That sound like a spitter, but he might be up above. Oh, another spider. I'm pretty sure we killed that one just now. Looked like it at least. Unless she instantly respawned. Yeah, you're not the only person. Whoa! Never been a fan of this rifle, but it's earning its keep right now. All right. I think it's 5 slugs. I think there's another one over there that we haven't gotten. Yeah, thanks. My panicked combat. Yeah, I'm not seeing. She must have faked her death in the first time because there should have been remains around here. Sneaky. Played dead, so I'd come down. Guess there's one more up there. All right, where were we? Oh, that's right. I got rudely interrupted trying to bring these down to Mark II or 2-meter platforms. That doesn't look right. Wow, so that went off by 1 meter. That snapped a grid. Yeah. There was definitely plenty of panic combat in that scenario there. I am actually quite glad that I took the time to build a rail station down here, though, instead of us coming here on an explorer. Oh, that's gonna be enough off the ground. I'm not liking this. I want these guys to be on the same level. That away. Not a refinery. I'm like, why is it letting me put this anywhere I want? Because it's not the thing. Out of cable. Okay. That's all right. We don't have to place them right now. We've marked the spot. We know what the purities are. I wanted to get the little check mark on there, but that's okay. Can't read the map anyway. Let's head to the next one. That's a normal. That was number 4. And let's head to the last 2. Surprise! We're not going to talk about where I just shot that rod. Okay, so 5 is normal, and that makes 6. And oh, pure. Did I miss look at one of the ones up north? That is a pure. That would give us 3 pures. That is a lot of crude to work with. Alright, we will need to come back with cable. Don't have to do that immediately. Looking over my shoulder. Alright, I just need a little bit of platform space to throw down a couple of machines, start doing some math. Probably bring up the spreadsheet on screen and go through the tedious process for people who don't like spreadsheets and math of working this out. But we need to first record what the recipes actually use. It's been like a week since you've been here. I've never built in this area. I mean, I've been through the area and before, but and none of my previous saves have I actually built in this area. I've done all the start spots, and it's never expanded to this corner. Okay, I'm going to turn on the spreadsheet and try to find a good place I can put this where it doesn't block like everybody's vision completely. Why is where is the OBS is not cooperating. Yeah, the reason I chose to build in this area is because it's meant to be pure power and I don't care about the supplies. So building power as far away as possible because it's easier to conduct to move power. Yeah, I haven't done diluted fuel. I never bothered doing diluted fuel of any type, but we don't have access to blenders yet, so we don't have access to that recipe. Okay, so for some reason the spreadsheet is not cooperating on camera. What we're gonna... Oh, that was weird. Okay, I accessed the spreadsheet and then suddenly it popped on camera. Let's I will adjust it in a moment here. We need a refinery. Once I see where this is, because I want you guys to be able to see the recipes and the spreadsheet at the same time, so. Diluted package. Okay, that's pretty good. We'll see how that works out. Let's follow the chain, though. Out of materials. This is why I came over here to do this, because I knew my inventory was not optimal. So first thing we need to do, of course, just going in order, we need to turn crude into something that we're going to process. Now, if we are using the diluted packaged fuel, where it's heavy residue to fuel. So what we actually need is to, correct, we'll need to pack, right, we're going to need to pack water as well. Which will be done on the lower floors so that we can... That's probably what we'll do, right? Is the bottom floor... I'm glad you mentioned that because... bottom floor will probably be water packers, and that's it. Because then, you know, we don't have to pump the water as far. Then it becomes a solid object that we can use conveyors for. Then we can move those to the refineries that are heavy residue and just heavy residue. So probably it would be, I'm envisioning initially first floor being the water packagers, second floor being probably the refineries that produce the heavy oil, because we're going to have to we're either going to need to pump the crude all the way up to the third floor, or we're going to pump the heavy oil to the third floor. And if we do the diluted packaging on the second floor or on the third floor, I don't think it matters either way. Yeah, it doesn't matter either way which order they're in, because we're either pumping crude to the third floor and then heavy residue down a floor to the second floor, or we're putting crude to the second floor and then pumping residue up to the third floor. I think we're better off pumping crude to the third floor. Then we only have to deal with one set of pumps, as opposed to a set of pumps for the crude and a set of pumps for the heavy residue, because it can just flow straight to the second floor through gravity. Water comes up on conveyors, so there's no pumps there. The diluted packaging then creates the packaged fuel. which we conveyor all the way to the roof, unpack it into probably storage containers, fluid storage, or just do it direct, and then let that all trickle down to the many, many, many floors of fuel burners. So our primary focus right now is to figure out how many we need of each machine, and then we'll build a floor plan for how many we can fit, not just like Tetris fit, but fit in a aesthetic way as well on a given floor. How many floors does that mean? And then it works itself out. So we are going, so we need heavy oil, which means we need our best crude to heavy oil recipe. I happen to know already off the top of my head which one that is, but we're going to go through the process anyway. So there's a bunch of ways that we can create heavy oil from crude. We can use the standard recipes like plastic, right? Crude creates plastic and heavy oil. Again, we don't care about the byproduct. We purely care about heavy oil. So that is we'll say crude to oil. We can do we'll say oil, we'll say byproduct. We don't even care what the byproduct is, just byproduct. And how much crude. So we go plastic. It's 30 to 10. And I don't really care, but we'll go ahead and record that anyway. And of course, the rubber is 30 to 20. So it's, oops, better, right? So that, because we don't care about what the byproduct is. We're going to need some plastic, but we're only going to need it long enough to make enough containers, and the container loop will be infinite. It will be recycled, so we don't actually care about the plastic. We can easily get enough plastic long enough and then shift things. That's rubber. Let me. The spreadsheet's taking up my entire screen, so I can't see chat. Let me. Nope. There we go. Hopefully that didn't resize. Yeah, it did. Okay, that's fine. Move that. Okay, so those will create it. Then we have crude straight to fuel, which doesn't do us any good. These are all our ways of using crude. That's heavy oil to fuel. And then we have these, which is where the money is. So we have polyresin, which is 60, 20, 130. So this is just as bad as the plastic because it's 30 for 10. Then we have one literally called heavy oil, which is 30 to 40, which is phenomenal. But we're getting more heavy oil out than the crude we're putting in, whereas everything else is a reduction recipe. So this is our winner, obviously. And so we are going to, of course, overclock. Full overclock pure node is 600 piece. Fully overclocked normal is 300, right? And then 150 for a pure? Impure? 60, 120, yes, 150. It's half. So that's how much crude we have to work with. So using da, da, da. Crude, oil, because it's our chosen one. Resin. So I think that's how we want to do this. Let's just cheat and do that. I think how I want to show this. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong, and I know why I'm getting confused. Because I need to do it like this. In, out. And then means let's put a 1 there for now. Do that. And we said we'll get 40 heavy oil per machine and 20 resin per machine. This is this is how much we've got available to us divided by 30, because that's how much. So it'll give us 85 refineries. Is going to produce 3,400 heavy oil. Oh man, and the resin, the resin is only problem in the sense that we need to have enough throughput of sending that out via belt to sinks. So we have to manage all that, but we're going to be doing with this many refineries, we're probably going to have multiple floors of refineries. I mean, we're talking about 85 floors just to, or 85 machines just to make the heavy oil. This is really going to be a mega project. And I did all that wrong. This should have been here. 30, 48, 20. Yeah. Equals this times that. Okay. And that's our target. So next we look at diluted. It's going to be heavy oil, packaged water, $30, $60. So the maximum refineries we can have here is this divided by 30 per machine, 133 machines. I really need Excel. I don't like the formatting of this software, but I don't have a copy of Excel. And the output in this case is should be matching those. Yeah. That's how much water we're going to need. And our final product here is fuel. Which is 60 per machine. So that's our output of packaged fuel. Man, this is really going to be a big project. Do this to packers, figure out how much water we need. How many packagers we're going to need, and then of course we already know how much water we need. We're going to do 60 per. Containers we're not so concerned about because that's a one-time build, and then of course again that just well, yeah, lady, yeah, go big, yeah, go big or don't build. I think it's an important philosophy in this game, and you know I spend a fair amount of time on like the Discord and sometimes in the forums, trying to help people out, and it's not unusual for me to see someone in Discord, you know, talk about, oh yeah, I just let it run overnight AFK. And it's like, if you ever have to AFK in this game, then you're not producing enough of whatever you need. And I feel like that's not a good philosophy for how the game runs. Like, you know, if you put one constructor down making iron plate, and then you need iron plate for your entire factory, sure, you can leave the game running for 4 months and have that one thing produce enough to finally get whatever your final goal totals are, but that's not the way to do it. Okay, so you build as much as you can. Is my opinion on it. I guess that was pretty obvious because we're producing. So it's a 1-for-1. So we need we need as many packagers as we do refineries. Yeah, exactly. It's this is why I often build to whatever my supplies can create, raw resource wise. I go with the maximum amount. I often go with the maximum amount of resources, produce as much as that can do, and then whatever the product is that it's making, I don't necessarily have to use all of that product. And then that gives me the ability to do multiple projects off of that gigantic set of product. And that way I don't have to keep going back and remaking that line nearly as often. I don't think we don't need the out, because we already know what that's going to produce. So we're going to need 113 packers. A water pump produces 120, I think. 120 water per minute. Let me figure out how many water pumps we're going to need. $120 per minute. I have Mark II pipes. Although Mark II pipes are notorious for not actually truly pumping the full 600 per minute, but I still use them anyway. And like in this case, we're not going to have a choice not to, because one refinery or one oil extractor is going to produce 600. You can't split it. It's gonna. I mean, you could split it 1 meter after it gets out of the machine, but now you've entered a 600 throughput at some point, and so you risk the bottleneck. Water. Water recipe makes the water. So this equals that. Format painter button, I think. All right. So 47 water extractors. We need to change this back to standard. Okay, so that's handled. I want to do something else real quick. 10 megawatts. Give us a ballpark figure on what we're going to be using. How much power we're going to use of what we're trying to make. It's a power plant. Oh, I already lost the... Alright, there we go. There. It seriously... Why would you unselect it automatically? Refineries are 30 megawatts. This is 30 times that. I didn't put the formatting on this one. That's an even number anyway. And it was the packer that's 10, not the water extractor. Water extractor is... I wanted to say 20, but I feel like it's a much higher number. I don't think it tells us. Yeah, 20. It's 20. Okay. Okay, that's going to be a lot. Okay, so we're going to need... We've got our crude over to heavy oil. We've got our heavy oil to fuel, which is the diluted recipe. Now we have our fuel. We have our way of acquiring water. So now we need to unpack the fuel, which is more packers. At 60 per machine. Probably the exact same stats right here. Of course, we know what the out is because it's going to be that. This equals we're going to be making how many? Out is how many containers per minute are coming out of that machine. It's probably 113, right? No, that's not right. No, it's not. Does it produce 60? I guess it does. It's 60 containers per minute. Is 1 container per 1 unit of fuel. This is not what I'm. This is not. Brain not working. The refinery is creating 6,800 packaged fuel per minute. That's what we have to unpack. We really going to be producing 6,800 items per minute. One fuel is one package. That's not. Yeah, we're producing 60 items per minute out of 113 machines. $60 times, yeah. That's how many packages per minute that are coming out. That's how many we have to unpack. That's going to be the 116. The 113. We unpack 60 containers per minute. Be another 113 machines. That times that. And there's no containers coming in, just the packaged fuel thing. But this is going to be the same number because they happen to be the same thing. So we're going to have to burn. We'll have 6,800 fuel per minute being unpacked at the top of the building and then trickling down. And this is assuming that we don't go turbo fuel. And the fuel burn rate of a normal, it's not going to tell us. We need it running to tell how much. I want to say it's like 4.5 fuel per second. Check the wiki. Let's see here. Fuel generator. Let's see if this actually shows us the. Yeah, burn time. 5 per second of regular fuel was 4.5. And it's always a pain to calculate that, right? Because pipes are calculated in per minute. Right, 600 liquid per minute goes through a pipe, Mark II pipe. Never liked the way they did the fuel calculations. It burns for 5 seconds. Okay, now I see where I'm backwards. The 4.5 that I was thinking of is turbo fuel. Its turbo fuel is 4.5 per minute. Its regular fuel is burning for 5 seconds. It's 12 per minute fuel. So if we go, so N is, it's 12 per minute. Will get us, oops, assume or 6,800 per minute divided by this. We need that many generators. And that's 150 megawatts per generator. So this facility would give us 85 gigawatts if we don't go turbo fuel. Consuming over 9 gigawatts of power to make it work. Of course, that doesn't count fuel pumps, but we don't, that's trivial. And it doesn't count the oil extractors, which again is trivial. It just gives us the ballpark. So we would net 75 gigawatts. Wow. It just doesn't feel right. That math just doesn't feel right. Because right now we're operating it really easy to walk over there. We're at 20 gigawatts, and we have a turbo fuel, a massive turbo fuel facility. Feel right. 150. You know, I'm not going to worry about it because the actual output is irrelevant in this stage. It's how many machines we're going to need to make it work, and then whatever it outputs is what it outputs. This just feels like a wrong number. I don't see where the problem in the math is, but this feels like a wrong number. Let's see what it would be if we went turbo fuel. I don't think we're going to go turbo fuel. Find it unlikely, but just humorous. Um, mm, we would have this much fuel to convert. Not worry about that. Turbo fuel, the output is 18.75. Nope, did not want to do that. Holding down shift did not. Oh, control. Oops. No, no, no. You stop. Why is this interface so unfriendly? All I want to do is for it to not unselect the format button. It does the same thing for colors in this too. It's completely backwards. That's how much turbo fuel we would produce if we did this, and turbo fuel is 4.5. This, that. Need a hotkey for this. Ah! I also need to not miss the... Good grief. Becoming a session of watch Vilcata struggle with open office. Yeah, 188 gigawatts? I'm just going to start building it and not worry about it. Oh. That number just doesn't feel right. Okay, this has given us the starting point that we need. We're gonna operate for now. We're gonna operate under the assumption that we're not going to go turbo fuel. Because I've already turned off the spreadsheet, but it's 4,500 compacted coal, which is, we gotta bring in all that coal, we gotta find enough sulfur. I don't think it's worth it. Especially if the math, if the math is correct, that we are producing 85 gigawatts on regular fuel, netting roughly 75 gigawatts, then that's going to carry us a pretty long way. I wanted to say till nuclear, but I don't want to assume that, because we do build big. We are also probably in the next, not tomorrow's episode, but in next week's episode, we will probably be getting access to geothermal power, which is not big, but we'll have a supplemental power source that we will place, wherever, which will add. Well, it'll offset something. Okay. So what we need to do, I think, now is we need to get resources together to be able to start doing this. And it's going to take time to transport all those resources to this site. And our train can do that for us once we have them together. But while the train's bouncing back and forth, bringing resources to the job site, we can start laying out platforms and working on how much space can we get away with, because the lower we are, the more we're going to run into things like this. So we need to figure out where our bottom floor is going to start. I don't mind expanding outwards as we go up to some degree, but I want it to make sense. So I don't want to have a tiny little footprint on the bottom that then goes up and then balloons out to the Teen Titans giant T of a. Although now I think about it, it'd be kind of cool. Structure. Plus, it's not like we're going to have, like, it might be cool to do a pillar and then some big wide thing on top, but it would not look right on this, because we're going to have so many wide floors because of the sheer amount of machines, that we would have a pillar and then we'd have a giant wide floor, and then that would be a giant rectangle going up. And that would look really bad. So we need the bottom floor to be reasonable to the size of what the width of the building is going to be. So we'll have to figure out what our largest grid is that we can build. We'll probably start above that thing right there out in the water. So that'll probably define our minimum, our bottom floor. Plus that'll give us enough clearance for our water extractors. And then we'll just do a giant square or rectangle to map out our maximum space. And then start laying out machines to come up with a grid, and then we'll shrink or expand as necessary as we come up with kind of the layout design. So I'm going to back this up. I want to put stations in here, freight platforms. A flower structure. I'm envisioning something with sharp angles that kind of spikes out and in, like an accordion, I guess, to some degree. Don't. It may not work at all. I don't. Rails. So our two rear cars are our miscellaneous resources. You know, it'll be our job site stuff. That back one will empty that out. It's just, that was the stuff we had for making another train. And drop a couple of these down here for now. We will need more of these. But this will do for the moment. We just need a way to rapidly free these up, because we don't want the train to make a trip and then come back and not be able to unload its entire inventory. Although it's quite a long trip, so it probably won't be an issue. But you know, when we run into situations like, you know, a spool of quick wire is 500, you know, for example, and that's 500 that has to cross that belt, and so, you know, that's one slot. And we don't need to unload concrete, because this thing it'll always go back and pick up more concrete on its own. Even though we will use an obscene amount of concrete in this build, don't need to store it on site. It's like, where is that thing going? Did I mark those to unload? I know I thought to do so, but I actually do so. Because next time we show up here, it's gonna, yeah. These are gonna be full of stuff. We'll manage our inventory when we get there. So begins the long trip across the map. What I probably will do in the future, you know, it's like we are right here at the moment, and home is right here. So we got more or less a nice straight line up to here, but this is aggressive terrain to be building a rail line over. And you know, I only had so much time frankly to set up for this, and while it was a lot more material for me to build that rail line all the way around, we did already have a rail ending right here, so going down and across was way easier than my trying to go over this terrain and connect straight to base. Plus, I knew that I wanted to do this loop anyway, because this gives us the ability to branch off and pick up any resources along the way, anywhere we want, which is a great versatility. So this was always going to happen anyway, so I thought, you know what, it's going to be easier to line that up. And as you can see, I literally managed to get this, and that jumped. This is one straight line, it doesn't turn. I managed to connect both areas through one. I found one magic space where I get right up next to all the rocks, all the obstacles. There was one straight path. I was very happy about this, even if I did have to rebuild it. Thanks to it being off by 0.5 meter once it connected with the other end. At least I'd only done one line. I didn't, because, you know, it's 2 platforms wide. I did one platform wide on the initial pass. And of course I did all the platforms before doing the rail line, so while it was extra travel, I didn't have to pick up the rails when they didn't line up. Which is why I did it that way, because I knew that it end up not matching. I think while we're on this route, I'm also going to stop and put down a path blocker or two. When we came this way, we got stopped for a long time because I don't have, before our turbo fuel facility here, we don't have apparently enough path blockers to break up that long run, because there was only ever one train going back and forth, and I knew at the time it wasn't important. And I'm not going to worry about scientifically breaking it up right now, but I'll just stop long enough to drop a couple of them. I can't believe that that facility is going to be dwarfed by the other one, because that's turbo fuel. That's using 3,600 lines of, because that's 1,800 crude. How much crude are we at? So we're, okay, so we're, that facility is using 1,800 crude. Our new facility is going to be 2,500 crude. So that's where our big change in our numbers. Because not only are we going to go to 700 more crude per minute, but we're also upscaling our fuel because of the diluted fuel is actually producing more fuel than crude. I don't need that. Should be facing the HB in the center. Let's see, I want those in the opposite order. There we go. And that'll break it up a little bit. Oh, gotta get moving. That train is... We're in its way. Sorry. I actually did a little diorama that didn't make it into one of my episodes. When we converted from update 5 to update 6, we had, of course, we had rail running through the Spire Coast already, and we had to move some of that rail because there were new pillars in the way, and some of the rail was passing through pillars, and I hadn't deleted, I had made the new rail, but I hadn't deleted the old rail yet. And when we moved up to update 6, I had forgotten to delete the rail. And so we had rail passing through a giant stone pillar. And so rather than delete the rail at that point, what I did was I built a couple extra trains, one of which I drove into the interior of the pillar, and parked it inside the pillar. And then I went to the outside of it on the other side and built another train and drove it at high speed into the pillar and crashed it into the train that was hiding inside the pillar. And what happened is, of course, it wrecked the train, and the train, the locomotive was all askew, and the cargo containers actually fell off the rail and onto the area below. It was right here, this pillar we're coming up to right here, and so it looked like it was an off rail, like where they'll have rails will divert so the trains can pull off, and it made it look like that whoever was driving that train didn't stop in time and wrecked into the pillar. And so there was just a derelict, destroyed train crash into that pillar as a permanent feature. And so I filmed the whole thing. It looked awesome. And the next time I loaded the game, the engine had disappeared. There was just like, you know, a couple of freight things, but there was no train. It just didn't save the visual of the wreckage appropriately. So I could go back and click on it, which reset the train, but there was no longer the diorama of the wrecked train. So I just gave up on it and deleted it. And threw out that footage. It never even made it into the video. And just went ahead, because without that diorama, there was no reason for me to keep the rail. So I just went ahead and cleaned up all the rail. I still haven't fixed this station yet, which is why this train just took the long route all the way around instead of coming straight here. There is a failing in this station that is not going to be a simple fix. We've talked about it previously, but basically trains coming from the other way can't turn around and make it into these stations. It's a failing in the design. It was an oversight when I built it. But basically, if we came this way, it should go past, you know, go around on this bypass rail over here. And then come down this bypass rail and turn in. But as you can see, there's no way to do that. And unfortunately, you can't split the split on the end of a station. You see, it won't connect. You know, you can split anywhere else. You can't split there, so there's no way for me to take one there and turn it to go there. So there needs to be, this would need to extend and come around and then come back around and meet with this path. And there's just no space to do it. I need to tear all this out and rework the entire approach to our new style that we've been applying. And I just haven't had the time. I also just haven't come up with a solution because I know how little space we have to work with. But it is causing the trains to go around strangely. All right, I need a couple of you. Before we store all, let's I'm going to return the rifle. Storage. Need the ammo. Faces a premium, plus we want this as an emergency. You know, what we should also do, I'm not going to do it right now, but we should also set an emergency set of stuff here to make a new locomotive. So that next time I die, I can just pick it up and make a new locomotive. That's something that needs to be done. Not going to do it right now, but it needs to be done. And I need my fuel. Okay. Okay, here's where we face reality. We have right. Editing my spreadsheet here. Total refineries. That plus that. We're not going to include the refineries for turbo fuel because I don't think we're going to be using them. We need packers for the diluted. That doesn't sound right. Right. We need packers to unpack the diluted and packers to pack the water. I mislabeled something, but it's okay. Should have put diluted, should have put water. Packed water. We need good grief. We need 199 refineries. We're just gonna go 200. 227 packers. Go 230. $57 water extractors. Just round it up because we don't know how we're going to group them, so we might actually have groups that are underclocked and actually have more of them. Don't know how the distribution is going to work. We'll figure that out once we start our layout. How much water are we going to do in a single pipe? Where are they going to go? So forth. They produce, said 120, I think, right? 120 water, and they're going to go into packers, which are 60 per. So they should line it. We probably won't have to do any partials. One water tractor for 2 packers. Wow. Jeez. We still need 3 or 4 oil extractors. We'll go with 4 to be safe. And we need, we're going to say 570 fuel burners. Control click for 100. No, it's only 1. Auto clicker for the win. Let's go for a while. At 570. Oh. Wow. Okay. Of course, we're going to need a lot of copper. Well, it's going to be on there anyway. Piping. But that's okay. We have plenty of that. None of this is going to be. This is all isolated materials. We still have our 2 general production cars, which I'm sure will not be enough, but it will carry us pretty good. These are just the base things that we definitely need. What other obvious thing am I missing? I don't normally want to get this far in the weeds, but let's throw 20 of these on. Let's throw 30 on. I mean, there's no way we'll use that many, but and we're going to need probably a lot more conveyor material than we have on us. We'll worry about that after we get these done. So inventory is more or less empty. Oh, look at the amount of motors. We just there's no way we have that much. I need to borrow that real quick. Of course, the materials I need to make more of those is not in this storage bin. I don't know how many of these I think I'm going to build by grabbing that many. Okay, so I need flip that. We're going to start with that. All right, so we definitely don't have enough already produced of these things. We're going to completely drain our stock of them to the point that I think I need to add another part of our spreadsheet. So that we'll remember how much we still need later. Copper sheeting we don't have here. We need to make a run to the other area for that. Because I haven't set up a dum-dum, I have not set up transport of excess sheet to here. 30,000 rubber. Oh my goodness. Look at all that quick wire. 28,000. Oh. Yeah. 600 reinforced plate. That's funny. When we look at all the other numbers, it's like, oh, it's just 300, just 600 of these. Oh, heavy modular frames, that's gonna be a big ask. So that's our entire list. I'll put need, have. And remaining. Yeah, it is a lot of, I mean, that's why we call them a mega build, right? It's also why I chose to do this over multiple live streams as opposed to trying to cram this into one episode. All right. Let's just start with motors. Actually, 670, 2200, 6000, 200, 30. I missed something. That's supposed to be rubber. What did I get wrong? Oh. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't do that on camera. It was a spreadsheet fail. Plastic is 2540, quick wire 28500. 100, 600, 2850, 7. Okay. So now I have on the spreadsheet how much we're going to need. Yeah, well, what I realized from the circuit board build was that I don't want to do 12-hour 12-hour sessions. You know, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's rare for me to do a 12-hour session on making an episode. But if I'm not doing it live, I can get up and step away from the computer from time to time, take breaks. So this is only 2,400 motors. Steel pipe is in twos, right? I'm just not gonna let us run it. I mean, yeah, right. But I mean, like, when we did the 12-hour session, I never got out of this chair, which is pretty amazing considering that I'm drinking these things. Can I marathon it? But, you know, sometimes it's nice to just take that mental break. Steel pipe, I think, is on the top floor. Yeah, there it is. 9,600, we only need 6,000. One thousand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 6,000 there. We're going to skip copper sheeting because that is not at this location. Steel beam we can get from the other side. Rubber is not at this location. Plastic's not at this location. Quick wire is not at this location. Wow, we're going to have to do a lot elsewhere. Reinforced we can get other end. Rotors we do from this end. So let's get the rotors. I mean, we have quick wire here, but this is a trickle feed. This is not coming from our megaplex. Those are stators, rotors. So we're gonna have to do. This is going to be an interesting problem that we're going to have. I had a thought. I will expand on that thought in a minute. We're going to do something maybe silly. All right, 600 rotors. Computers. We won't have enough room in our inventory to carry that. Steel beams. Let's grab from this side. We need. I don't know why I'm doing math when I can just literally look at it over here, watch it fill up. Okay, that's all the steel beams we need. Let's drop all this off at the... so what we're going to do is, you know, now that I'm looking at the numbers, there is... really need to move that. There is way more material that we need at from the other place than we can reasonably bring over here. Just like when I saw copper sheeting, I'm like, all right, we'll just go to the electronics hub and just pick up the copper sheeting there. I think we're gonna have to do one of these over there and build a new train that transports the material, the temporary material from there to here. So, you know, like we can have it drop off like over here or something like that. I don't even know what I'm using this for. I don't think I am. I don't know what this is here for. It's here for something. Oh, goodness. I think that was a one-time use to transport packaged fuel when we tore down the other facility. Anyway, I think what we'll do is we'll set a relay train up that will bring stuff over here and then belt it over into this stack. And then our train will come and pick the stuff up. You know, it'll just put it up like at the top and let it filter down. I know we still need to connect those top ones down, but I don't know how full we're going to get this. Considering how much of it's going to be at the other location. Now, I could set our train to hit both locations, but it's already a long enough ride that I think that we'll just do a relay train. Okay, steel beam done. Paste beam 2200. That takes care of that. That here. Sheet no, rubber no, plastic no, quick wire no. Reinforced plate 600. It is right here. Uh, I don't think it was from the temporary ammunition factory. That was a temporary thing that we did, but I think I brought. I think I manually, because right there is the factory. I think I manually brought the we needed packaged heavy oil for that, and I think I pre-brought that over from the other facility. I think it was the, because when we tore down the it was before we went to update 6, we had to tear down the temporary oil facility up in the spire, and I had that station had packaged fuel running to it. I had to move it because I was tearing down the station as well. Computers 2850. You said those were up here, right? No, they're gonna be downstairs. On. Oh nope, they're right there. How many? 2,400. We need more than we have. And more than I can carry, so I'm gonna empty my inventory. Take all. That's 2,400 of our computers. Dump these off and then get as many heavy modular frames as we can. Do not need fuel to go in the lines. I think heavy modular frames are downstairs. One of the frames is upstairs, and then yeah, so right below this will be heavy modular frames. I know that's not intelligently grouped. That's just kind of the way the belt's worked out. I learned some things from making this warehouse that I will changes I will make going forward in future runs. That's 2,400. I like this warehouse. It does its job well, but there are improvements that could be made. Mostly to do with not the warehouse itself, but the way that it's so packed in, because you know, we have, for every foundation we have 2 storages, because we have one offset and then one offset below it, and packing all the ability to bring all the resources in on conveyors. You know, this belt weave is incredibly tight, and there's no real wiggle room for really adjusting where I want the materials to go. They kind of come in however they come in. All right. Going up. All right, the last thing we can get here is cable. Yeah, all the materials being supplied. I think this one's already full. Yeah. Still haven't decided what I'm doing with the ammunition factory. I mean, it was, you know, it was a temporary setup. I think I want to do some very small scale permanent setup. Maybe if it's like just one machine. I just haven't had to, you know, it's been out of sight, out of mind. I haven't had to address that location. In fact, all this, you know, early on in the series, I made a big deal about cleaning up this yard. And it was such a triumph when we finally cleared all the machines out of this yard. And now it's, well, littered again. So I need to clean that up. I love the interior of this building. The floor looks, for some reason this floor looks soft to me. I feel like I'm running on carpet. It was such a fun building. All of our little balconies on the corners. This 240 cable. I'm going to grab extra. Yes, shamefully my hub does need permanent home. It is really shameful how I've left it out there. I always run under this building. I never go back through the building when I come back that way for some reason. I need to clean up these hidden machines as well. I don't need this anymore. Now that we actually produce that stuff. This is a general, at this point I'm doing a general supply run of stuff that we're going to need. Or just, you know, when I have large scale supplies for. I'm not going to put these on the train yet. I'm going to figure something out how and where I'm going to put them. Because I don't want to be on the other side of the world and go, darn it, I'm out of rods. You know, I mean, like, it's just insulting. Yeah, we haven't done any of these, and I mean, it's been so long since I even have come over here, because everything requires aluminum, and we just haven't gotten to aluminum yet. I wanted to get all the electronics taken care of. Aluminum is soon, though. That's our next big project. We're you know, like, we're doing parallel. Right? We're doing this for power, but tomorrow's episode, assuming I get it out, which I better, will be high-speed connectors, and then right behind it is going to be supercomputers, and the rest of the computers will be turned online. And I think that's it for the electronics. So next episode will probably be just done with electronics entirely. In fact, I don't even think we need a whole episode to do that. And then it's going to be about scouting out where do we want to do aluminum, because I'm not going to tie my aluminum production to bauxite. You know, that's kind of the point to investing in making this gigantic rail network. is to divorce aluminum from bauxite. I can pick up bauxite wherever I want to on the map and bring it to wherever I decide I want to do aluminum. And that's going to be very liberating. So I don't know where I'm going to do aluminum yet, but I know I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to slave it to the bauxite locations. All right. I think that's... everything we can do from here. Did I put the reinforced plate? Oh boy, I didn't mark this on my spreadsheet. I know I picked it up. Okay, there it is. There's the reinforced plate. Good. Thanks. Okay, and oh, missed ladder. Oh, missed the platform. I need... what do I do? Are we coming back? I don't think we're coming back. How do I want to do this? I need a container for the... extras that I have on me, because I can't carry those. I just had a thought. All right. Oh, what is it going to take to make a... I need heavy modular frames. A little cheeky here. At one time temporary. Oh, I melted some of my personal inventory, darn it. Alright, we'll fix that in a moment. Okay, I have space. See what I'm carrying, what I need from this. More than one stack of cable. Where is our copper sheeting? Just one stack. No, that's not good enough. Okay, I think that'll do. I need to drop off the remains. I think that I will not bother to do that because we're probably going to be killing plenty of things while we're there, so we'll put a container. We'll put a temporary stuff we don't want to carry on as container at the job site, and we can just throw like remains in there whenever we have to kill something. We're going to E-Hub Mid. No, stop. You, sir, need to do something before we leave. Hopefully they fix the manual docking issue. Let's see here. So I think I've noticed that, at least in the past, that when you trigger a manual dock, it advances. Yeah, see, it did it. It advanced the station. So now where we were going is not the next station. It thinks that the docking counted to the station we were going to. Even though we weren't actually at the next station. But we probably need to be in and out fairly quickly here because we're pulling a 6-car train into a 5-car station. And this is going to block other train that needs to get through here to the station. In fact, we need to park this somewhere off to the side. Because we need to add... Oh, we need to come back home. I forgot to set up the transfer station. So we gotta go back to base anyway. I'm not sure where I'm gonna park this. Oh, I know where I can park it. Brakes, 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 brakes. No, 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 don't turn! Very funny. Alright, no one saw that. Because I had turned off autopilot, it didn't switch the track. What I was going to propose to park this is that there are no trains. Although, now that I look at it, this train's probably too long to get away with doing this. Almost definitely too long. No trains use this piece of track. Because all trains go in and then come back out. No one actually bypasses this station. So if I could squeeze this... Oh yeah, it's too long. Oh, I'm gonna get out of that guy's way. Oh, this is just gonna be an all a mess. Let's right this train. I think we have to turn it back on. Yeah, I am the boss, it's true. What a great time for the autosave to kick in. While I'm jetpacking. Alright. Oh, no, no, no! Train coming, stop! It's gonna hit me! Oh, it stopped. Now I can't back up to where I need to back up to. Oh, this is all going horribly awry. I can't... If I congest this thing, our whole factory shuts down because this part of this loop affects our power generation. I just need all of you guys to get through so I can figure out a solution. So that is the quick wire train that just came through. That's the one we're going to be blocking. It is carrying compacted coal that this train right here just picked up. And this train right here is going to take it back to the turbo fuel facility to give us actual power. All right. We're just going to have to... I think this is our best case scenario on timing. Actually, let me turn this off. I need to be able to make... I need freight platforms here. Let's do them on the end. Okay, so now we're only blocking the quick bar train, which brings in the compacted coal. But we should have a little bit of a padding. Cancel docking. Shouldn't be docking. Nothing for you to dock. These are going to need to be, yeah, set to load. There's nothing for you to load. What were you docking with? All right. All right, we got to focus. Quick. Because since we're blocking the train from coming in here to drop off the the coal, it's going to sit on the track and block the other trains from coming in. Oh, I didn't even connect the other... Oh, there's so much I left out. Yeah, we definitely have to go back home. Don't worry about that. That's fine. Personal storage. Okay. Copper sheeting, 5,200. Again, we're not going to have enough of all this, but that's all right. At least we have the mechanism now that we can come back and just quick grab and resupply after, you know, the manufacturing is done. I should... Okay, yes, so that is set to overflow into this container. Good. That means it won't starve this. What should we just pick up? 4,800. Not bad, not bad. In fact, fantastic. That's good. Because... Wait, no. We have this container. All right, that's all of it. Oh, no. And we're going to want to come back and get some more for our... In fact, let's just do that now. So we're gonna have to do a lot of piping. So 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 5, 6. I don't know how much space we have on our extra one. Hello, Into the Void. Welcome. We're on a time crunch at the moment. So if you have any questions on what the world is going on here, I believe other people can respond. Otherwise, I can as soon as I get out of this area. We're holding up a lot of trains right now. And those trains that we're holding up are integral to our power for our entire factory. So if we hold them up for too long, we're in a dire situation. 30,000 rubber. Okay, yes. So that's going to happen. Please tell me I still have them stored here. Yes. $9,600. Okay. There is clearly something wrong with my math. My equations here. This minus that pre-populate. Exciting content, watching someone stare at their spreadsheet off screen. I'm confused. No, here. Thank you. Okay. What can we carry? We zeroed that out. We zeroed that out. Okay. There's more above it in the freight platform, but I'm not going to read that right now. Plastic 2540. That's not plastic. It used to be plastic. I can't wait to fix this area. All right. This is the most shameful location in my entire factory. This is the only place anywhere that has belt spaghetti. And that's because it's a work in progress. I'm going to redo this whole thing. All right, and we're going to take... oh, I made a mistake. We took extra copper sheeting, and I think I mixed it in. I was supposed to put the copper sheeting on the back of the train, and I didn't. Did anyone notice, what I did with the copper sheeting, did I put it? Okay, I put this was supposed to go in the back of the train. At least I kept it separate, that's all that mattered. This was supposed to go here. Very good. Okay, that's all the plastic. We got all the plastic. Oh, look, all the trains backed up. I know, guys, I'm trying. It's an extra 6,200 of rubber. That brings us up to 1580, 1800 of our rubber. It's gonna be it for our rubber on this run. We will allow we'll have to let them recover. And quick wire was the last thing we're going for here. We don't need to go downstairs for that. Goodness gracious. At least it stacks in huge stacks. Wow, there's all our quickware. Okay. Let's actually return some of the quickwire to the one that's using it. And we'll keep one extra to throw in the back of the train. Okay, where do we have space? Where do we have space? I think that's all the damage we can do here. We're gonna have to come back for rubber. Rubber is the big thing, right? We need a bunch of more motors and a bunch more rubber, but we can't do anything with that right now. I mean, ironically, a lot of the rubber is sitting right here on the track. I think our computers are using rubber, and we need computers, but we're just gonna pilfer or rob the train. That's another 6,400. Feels bad. We just robbed the train. Okay. 22,200 is how much for rubber? So we're 8,600 rubber shy. That's okay. We need to get out of here. Don't these trains move again? Oh, what did I do wrong? Did I put it in the... I shifted it to my inventory, didn't I? Yep. Okay, well, now I don't know what our rubber count is because there was rubber in my personal inventory. And it wasn't in... Okay, there's the rubber there, so that it didn't mix. Excellent. That was lucky. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. All right, let's get out of here. We'll make a... Once we get back at home, we'll make a train to come and pick that stuff up. Sorry, guys. Come on in. You can. Do your thing. Except that you no longer have rubber to drop off. Okay, now I can actually read. I can actually read chat. Oh. Until we get back home. Welcome to the stream. So what we're working on, I assume other people told you. Hey, yeah, the new fuel facility. Yeah, you can see it's a true mega build. As you can see by the amount of resources that we need. But I'm glad that we're watching the previous VODs and enjoying them. We work hard to make things worth watching. You know, I've said that about, you know, I'm surprised when people go back and watch live streams after live streams are done. But this week alone, or this week and last week together, I've been watching replays of the new game. Was it Played It Up or something like that? Tango Tech, who's a Minecrafter, if you're not familiar with him. He and a buddy of his have been doing live streams for I think it's called Played It Up, and they're 5 hours long, and I've watched I think 3 of them already. Just like so entertaining. I want to play that game. It looks like so much fun. And I think it lends itself really well to live streaming. But I don't have a controller for my PC, and it's very much a controller-based game. So it would take some investment, but something that I wouldn't mind doing. Maybe finding someone to collaborate with, but I wouldn't mind live streaming that game. Because it looks like so much fun. But it's like I'll look up and go, wow, that was, you know, 5-hour stream goes by and like nothing. All right, let's see here. I don't think that we put anything in the top ones. So I have a little more of appreciation for the fact that people would sit around and watch a replay, because I've done so with great entertainment. Okay, so those are empty as well. I guess we didn't need that many because so much of it came from the other side. Oh, don't hit me. Oh, I'm probably blocking them now with my... Yeah. Oh, great. My big old train's blocking everybody. You know, while we're here, we'll do a little bit of a... do another train robbery. We need these. How many more computers do we need? 450. Well, that's 200 more. I couldn't even fit them all in my inventory. So that's 200 more computers. Brings us up to 2,600. It is not safe to be bringing trains through here at the moment. I'm surprised we managed to compact all that material into. All right. I'll let you buy in a minute. We did the rear two. 24-hour, 12-hour night shift, security night shift. I'm kind of envious. That sounds awesome. I've done 12-hour night shift jobs and just loved it. It is the best. I mean, obviously it depends on the job you're doing. We don't have enough material for that. We don't need this to be high-speed delivered anyway. Because this train is going to take a much shorter route. And our train still has a lot of stuff to... I literally don't need any of that. Switch out my inventory, okay. This is completely temporary. Ignore the clipping. You know, I'm gonna be cheeky about this and just do this. We'll just let the process work itself through. We need a train. Train. All right. It needs to be 5 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, right. The other ones were set to load. We're gonna trust in that. And on drop off, you shouldn't be picking anything up from there. Let's call this guy relay. We need it to be E-hub mid to home drop off. All right, you do your thing, buddy, and we will get to doing ours. We need to... What do we want to pick up before we go? Because we didn't have this much inventory space. That means I've mixed in something. You want your... jetpack fuel would probably not be a bad idea. We only have 1 container on the train. What did we steal from here? Because this should be full. If I hadn't just done a sort, I would have been able to tell where it came from, because it would have been next to something. All right, let's just grab another fuel. I don't have any rods in there, or is that on this? Not gonna worry about copper sheet. We grabbed a bunch of extra copper sheeting. Oh, we got fuel in here. That's bad. I try not to mix these. That way I can tell what's missing more easily. Oh, we're gonna need silica. Oh, we're gonna need a lot of silica. Oh my goodness. We don't need it today. We're not gonna get that far into the building to do all those windows, but we're gonna need silica or glass. You know, I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna come back anyway at some point. Power south. Right side. Woo! Leaving home. It's Impulse and Skizzleman, not Tango and Skizzleman. It's Tango and like Brody or something like that. Impulse and Skizzleman are doing their Skyblock series, which is also pretty good. Yeah, lady makes Satisfactory episodes as well. Feel free to stop by her channel and check out her content. I can enjoy the ride. Oh, I know something I want. Stop. This is the perfect time to stop and get this. This is our secondary site for encased industrial beams, which isn't being delivered anywhere. And I would like to bring some more of those with us. That works. We had the extra inventory space. There should be a... That does not look right. Oh, there's a corner piece on there. Oh, tricky me. Now that I see that, I need to go back and fix some other areas that I have square pieces. Did that better than I did in other locations. Yeah, I've checked out some of Lady's Fallout 4 building videos too. I couldn't bring myself to finish Fallout 4 just because it turns into an inventory management sim, and I just like all right, I've cleared a building, now I'm encumbered and I have to slow walk my way back across the map so I can dump my inventory so I can go back to just going to the next building. And I feel like they need to do a better job of inventory management in that game. But beyond that, the game is phenomenal, and I do love the building aspect in the game. But I keep, when I've tried to get through Fallout 4, I've always stopped because I get so bogged down in the I can't leave this behind. I gotta pick this item up too, and take it back to base, and just it's like I only can make it through not one whole location, just like one building at a time, and then I'm back to going back to one of my houses. And I just get so frustrated with it. But I have Fallout 4 VR. I have the original, and I have the VR version. And doing building in VR in Fallout 4 is so much nicer. Because when you're building in Fallout 4 in the regular game, you're trying to judge depth to where like you're putting something on shelves is such a pain. In VR, you just go, I want to put this item here. Boop. And no, move it. There you go. It's just decorating in VR in Fallout 4 is a pleasure. The reason I didn't finish the VR version was because when it came out, scopes didn't work. Like if you brought up a scope on a rifle, it was just black. The scopes, there was no scope functionality in the game. They later came back and patched it, but it was so frustrating in there. I'm like trying to shoot somebody that's on top of a building is shooting back at me, and you couldn't scope on them. I know that I saw that they patched it, and I just didn't get back to playing it. I do want to get back to playing it though, because it was so. The VR version of Fallout 4 was so good. Yeah, I mean, I loved the building aspect of Fallout 4 in the regular one, and I did a lot of it. Nothing even remotely to the extent of what Lady has done. But obviously building is something I like to do. Games like this, and Minecraft and whatnot. Plus, managing settlements is pretty neat. We need to empty that last car, so we need to put a storage. I would like to get back to playing through the VR one at some point. Find time. Having VR is really cool. I've probably mentioned it. I know I've mentioned it offhand at some point, but like when I was house shopping, one of the very most important features of the house for me was that it had a large enough room for VR. Which the room we're sitting in is. This is the master bedroom. And it's because I wanted to have, I already had VR, and I wanted to make sure I could do room scale VR. And I love it, and it's fun. I don't do it nearly as often as you might expect for all the effort I've put into it, but when I want to do it, there it is. And it's pretty cool. Let's just make sure we're not going to fill up our inventory. Yeah, we're fine. Let's get this car off the back. Okay. Alright, I think we're good on train stuff for now. I was thinking about taking this stuff from here and putting them in a container. You know what? I should do that. Because we're going to have the train running back and forth, and if we need stuff that would be on the train, it won't be here for us. So let's dump our inventory again. I want to keep the two cars distinctly separated from inventory standpoint because of my organization system. I don't want to combine these. So we'll do these parallel. And then I'll just load them back onto the train later on. I think we will make sure we have a good stock of concrete here at all times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's grab 8 more packs. Okay, I think we've got everything we need from the train. And it's going home. Okay. Bye con Dios. Yeah, I mean, for joining Hermitcraft, yeah, I mean, you do have to stand out. I mean, it wasn't so much when they started. They have a number of moderately low subscriber builders, but those were people who were in Season 1, Season 2, and have been there ever since. But they're definitely all talented. Hermitcraft's been suffering this season. There's a lot of burnout amongst the hermits right now. For those who don't follow the series, follow Hermitcraft, last season they tried something that was a really bad idea, which was that they did a half season. They knew that there was a major update was going to come out, and they tried to cram a season in between the season they were ending and the new update, and so they did a really rushed half season, and it just drove them to try to do as much as they normally do in a season in half the time. And there's a number of the hermits had said we'll never do this again. It was just too much stress. But we're starting to see the result of it this season. Of several hermits have dialed back their schedule a lot. Some of which are just not even showing up hardly ever. They're just exploring other projects outside of Hermitcraft. and I'm 99% sure it is damage done from that rush season. Yeah, yeah. Green has gone to half his production schedule now. Mumbo, I don't think we'll see Mumbo for the rest of the season. Etho is more or less missing in action from it. He's doing his own private series still. Iskal is almost completely non-existent on the server at this point, doing his modded Minecraft Vault Hunters series. He's just doing, they're just doing other things, and I appreciate why they need to do that, because they really burnt themselves on that. Such a bad idea. But it's Hermitcraft is seeing the damage done by it. I mean, give them a season. There's, Hermitcraft isn't going anywhere. Yeah, and Tinfoil passed away recently, but that doesn't have anything to do with burnout. But right now, the Hermitcraft is seeing a lull, and I think that right now would be a good opportunity for a new server to come online. People who are, content creators who like to do Minecraft, who are constantly in the shadow of Hermitcraft. I think right now would be a good time for a new group to start their own server and try to get on the map. And I would happily be part of that kind of a group, but I'm not going to be the one to start it. I don't have that kind of time or organizational know-how to run a large-scale Minecraft server. Okay, almost at 5 hours. I don't want to. I don't feel like stopping yet, but we are. I gotta think about what we're going to get done. How much more do we want to start? Before we start it, get to a stopping point. I think right now we're going to. I don't need all these on me. Let's trade these out for concrete. I think what we need to do next, or first, is establish the maximum perimeter of the platform, the height at which it can be at, or should be at, starting. And that'll get us a nice open area to work with where we can start mapping out configurations. Need more of this, less of this. And I haven't decided yet on what kind of foundation we're going to build it on. I like to use concrete in industrial, like dirty industrial builds, which crude. Crude oil is definitely very dirty. But I've been doing a lot of concrete. Concrete doesn't get that dark. I like to use some darker tones. Coated concrete's already set to black, okay. But I've been building a lot in plastic, plastic coated concrete lately. I don't need a ramp. And of course, whatever we do here isn't set in stone or concrete. But if it ends up being our bottom floor, then it would be nice to not have to go back through and change it all. Alright, we determined that there was a thing over there. We don't have enough plastic on us either. That was something I wanted to pick up more of. So right now we're just going to stick with concrete. Yeah, it's definitely very nice not having to do it. But this is definitely not going to be our bottom floor because I could see an obstacle in the distance that we're going to have to get over. Not to mention probably those as well. But I don't trust the global grid, so this is how I do everything. Run a line to it, figure out where it is, and then work it backwards. There's something shining up there, and it's got guards. There is a resource node on that. Sam ore, maybe? This is not showing up on radar. That's not Sam ore. Looks like it's like copper. Why is it so well guarded? Why is it not showing up on the map? Give him a little boost off the edge. He ran away from the gas. Well, I'm going to take care of this. Or just anger them. That was the other reason I used gas there, because they just choke out in it. That looks like a copper mine to me. Void, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we're going to be doing this project. Is going to take, realistically speaking, it's going to take weeks because of doing it just purely on live streams. So I would say at least 2 more live streams. Next 2 Saturdays we'll be doing this, or longer if it becomes necessary. So 4 p.m. Eastern is when I start. So as long as nothing comes up that interferes with my ability to stream on a given Saturday, then definitely check us out if you're available. It is Sam Orr. But I'm glad you were able to hang out with us. Did that not do anything at all? Or did he just shrug it off? Oh, I love those gas nobelisks. So good. All right, I think this is our. This is the highest obstacle, I think. Um, in this area. So this would be the minimum height that we can start at. And we look at... Well, that's barely enough clearance for the water extractors. In fact, it's not happy about it. So I feel like we should go up a little bit higher. Not too much higher, because we are pretty far off the ground already. Still puts us way below the train line, which is fine, because we're not... Again, we probably won't be transporting anything back to the train. Well, well, assuming all things go all right tonight, there should be another episode, an actual regular Satisfactory episode tomorrow, which will not involve this project. Again, this mega fuel complex is separate from the regular series. I mean, it's part of the series, but we're doing the project live while I'm doing other things as part of the regular episodes. So there is value in catching both. This is probably going to be our height. So we need to find our extremes. That thing's in the way. So either we only go out to, to this line, or we start here and
Harvest.
don't go any further that way. I'm inclined to just cut that side out. I mean, we can also L-shape the building. We haven't pre-designed the building. Yeah, I mean, it's a little, height's a little bit high, but with stuffing extractors underneath it, probably won't look too bad. Couple meters down. Also, keeping in mind, the more height we put, the more we have to fight on our fuel pumps, our liquid lift. Okay. So we need to map out. Let's just go on the assumption for the moment that this will be the first floor. We're not committing, but this is how we're gonna start moving forward. That's way too small. I guess that'll work. No, I want pictures and words. Try that. Okay, so what we said, bottom floor would be packing water. What is and then we'll have to figure out height. Okay, we need more clearance than that. I think what I do is, I mean, all of this is going to get tore down. At some point. Oh, what's this? Oh, look like they've updated the graphics for the. Look at new fancy shiny glass texture. Floor 2. Writing this down. So we said we want to skip a floor. We want to go up to the third floor with the crude oil, turn it into heavy oil, and then drain it back to the second floor. That way we don't have to deal with pumping two different liquids up to the third twice, right? Because we'd have to go crude to the second floor, and then we'd have to also pump heavy oil to the third floor. We might as well just go straight up and then filter back down. So this floor will be refineries. And this is assuming that we can do them all in one floor. I mean, we're talking about 113 refineries on one floor for making the diluted fuel. And that's a big ask. We might have to break it to 2 floors. I don't know what, I mean, given the size of this area, I mean, I'm sure we can sardine it in, but it's how will it look? You know, so I want to go taller than wide. So we're making packaged fuel on this floor through the diluted fuel recipe. So I'm suspecting we're going to do 2 floors for this. But for now, we're going to just say floor 3, even though floor 3 might not be the third floor. It'll be the third floor of, you know, third product floor where we switch products. So we're gonna do this, get a general idea of, you know, this will start giving us scale for like the minimal height of the building. Hey there, Jake. Welcome. Glad you can make it. We're gonna have to go up another level. Goodness, we're gonna go up another level. So refineries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 4 for here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. so this is where the crude oil is actually going to be turned into heavy oil. I want to actually do just, even though the product isn't crude, I'm going to use it as the picture. $85 refineries. And that will be the heavy oil residue. We'll have to deal with all that resin. And this is where we're going to get into unknown territory. And we can't resolve this until we know the dimensions, like the minimum dimensions of our build. Get this sorted here. Because floor 4, or you know, the outside of it, the fourth set of floors is where our generators will be. Darn it. Had to do that, didn't you? And yeah, 500, what was it, 566 or something like that, fuel generators. And you can see the size of their footprint. Just one generator. Not a small thing. I don't know, Jake, if there is a height ceiling. I know that if there is, it is way up. Like I don't think we're at risk in running into it. But this will by far be the tallest building I've ever built. That definitely runs into it. Oh, that was an optical illusion. That's... He's so tall. Ah. Okay, so that's what, 7 tall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fourth is generators, 7 tall wall, and it was 567 fuel generators. The largest footprint of all the machines for this build, and we need 5 times, almost 6 times as many of them as every other machine. Oh yeah. This is gonna go well. What picture are we gonna use for power? Oh, yeah. Do this. There. That works. Power. I mean, I'm sure we could find a generator in here, but a lightning bolt really, let's do that. Okay, so clearly this is not going to be just one floor, but still this is giving us establishing our design. And then we need the unpackers. Which is another 114. That's what unpacks our fuel. And that's a 4 wall height machine. So if we literally packed everything in one floor individually each, this is how high up we would end up. I'm going to say the water packagers and the unpacker. 'Cause the packers are not large machines. So first floor and 5th floor will be 1 floor apiece. The crude to oil, which is 85 refineries, I'm fairly confident we can do that on 1 floor. The question is, do we want to? Because the diluted fuel is 114 refineries. And while we certainly could fit them on 1 floor, I really don't think we should, because it's, you know, if we look back at the realize I didn't put enough. We need to go. We look back at our other fuel facility, the turbo fuel facility. That thing has three rows of 20. Three rows of 20 or the three rows of 40? Now I'm trying to think. It's a 10 wide and then a break of 10 wide. Or is it 20? Do some math. Here, let me get this established. Yeah, see there, it's still unloading. We need to make room for our train to actually drop off its cargo. So a row of, at the other facility, it's 600 crude per... Oh, if I manually dock it, we know it's going to skip. Good grief, that was a wasted run. And now it's definitely out of range. I would have let it go. It's 600 crude, and each refinery uses 30, so it's 20 refineries on each side. So that massive platform that we have at the other fuel facility is roughly 20 refineries wide. And it is huge. So if we keep that in mind, we divide this in half. We're looking at 57 refineries per floor. And that facility over there is 60 refineries total. With some extra space for layout. So we're I'm going to say we're definitely going to go with 2 floors for the crude conversion, or the diluted fuel conversion. And that means if we're doing specifically 2 floors, we're doing a minimum of 2 floors, maybe 3. But if we do 2 floors, then the dimensions of the building needs to be appropriate for 57 refineries. And the crude to oil floor would have 85, which is not enough for if we're doing a 55 wide configuration, then we're not going to fit 85 on one floor for the crude to oil. So that means we need 2 floors for the crude to oil and 2 or 3 floors for the diluted. Total floors, we're going to say 2 plus for diluted. Oh, don't get rid of the plus sign. It's text. It's not a math thing, stupid spreadsheet. Three. That means 2 for the crude oil. I don't see us going to 3 for crude oil, because that's 43 per floor. We can definitely do 43 per floor. And if for fuel generators, I mean, if we did 100 per floor, which is not realistic, we're looking at least 6 floors. So I think that's what we need to figure out how many generators we can fit in a reasonable amount of space. Just do the math on how many floors that's going to take. And I think we have our general outline. Because it's the most machines and it's the largest machines. And they're 7 tall, so that's going to take up a lot. That's going to really jack up the height of the building. It's going to be interesting when it's done. That's for sure. Oh. Check something real quick. You know, we never verified that our new train is actually doing its job. Like if I messed up the can't cursor over it to see which is one, because that could be the quick wire. They need to patch this quick. Oh, this is bad. Look, right here. We have something's wrong. Oh, we have to address that immediately. Because one of those 2 trains has to be our other fuel train. Which means our turbo fuel could shut down at any time. If it hasn't already. How long has that been stuck there? Okay, we're not operating off of batteries yet. So, actually, we don't need to go E-hub. We need to go to there, and then we'll come back to the left one. So they're stuck right at the encased industrial beams. They shouldn't even be possible for them to be stuck there. Something's not. They're on opposite tracks facing opposite directions. And no train is going into that station, so nothing should be stuck in that intersection. Welcome back, Void. That was quick. I didn't expect you back tonight. We'll probably be wrapping fairly soon. I still have to make our episode for tomorrow. Although we can do some of that. We can do some of it on live. But I need to do intro, outro, I need to do editing, I need to come back in and, you know, fix stuff post-edit. You know, I need to know how much time I have to do a certain thing on camera. Yeah, we are having a track issue of some sort. Well, this train is really moving, not having to haul anything. But yeah, having a train network is just makes the game. It's such a different game once you have your even a basic rail network set up. the whole map becomes your factory. Everything becomes local. It's gonna be interesting once we unlock drones, because when they added drones to the game, I already had an established map, though I didn't have the extensive rail network through it. I used drones and I loved them, but even then I felt like drones were introduced too late in the game, and I think this playthrough is going to reinforce that opinion. They still stuck? Yeah, they are. Now they're flashing. This mod doesn't tell me why they're stuck. Coming up to any moment. Yeah, it's just like yeah, local 13 miles away. I mean, we don't have to do this on the Explorer. I'm thinking that there's a track issue. I don't think it's a layout issue, unless I missed. Thank you for your service. Like before, when we've seen tracks in error or that are counting as the same track. This was a problem I was worried about with the new area. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, this is a failing. The intersections are so close to each other that we can have someone in one intersection and spanning the length to the next intersection. Now the question is, I was going to say, is it because we extended our train, but we didn't? We've taken that car off the back of it. So this is a problem that I've been worried about happening at the hub. If that makes any sense to anyone, this between that intersection right there and that intersection right there, the section of track in between is not large enough to house an entire train. Which means you can have trains going either direction, hit the two intersections, and not be able to cross to clear the path. And I don't have an immediate solution for this. That's unfortunate. Actually, I should. Oh! I should have been in this train. Because I figure while we're here, we might as well go and make sure that the whole transfer is working out. We don't just drive it. They're just going down the road. Anyway, as I was saying, I feel like drones come too late to the game. If they were introduced around the time that trains were introduced, then it would be a matter of making choices between, do I want to do trains to this area or do I want to use drones to tap, distant resources? And you would have to, you'd be making that value decision based on how much material am I going to move. If you need true industrial scale amounts of material, then you need trains. But if you're just hitting like one important resource node, like sulfur somewhere, then a drone is appropriate. But with drones being introduced so late into the game, you already have, you've already had way more time to build a rail network that is like, well, why don't I'll just drop a thing over here, run a conveyor to the existing rail line and toss another station up. And it makes it, because you're already going to use the rail line for power because it carries the power. And so if I have a rail line going near, say, a sulfur that I want, I'm going to have to drop a station there anyway so that I can run a power line off of it to go power the extractor and the drone station. And then I have to do batteries to the drones actually run. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just literally going to put a train on that station that I had to put there to run the power off of it anyway. So drones come so late that I don't feel that they carry the value that they would if they were introduced early on. I like them. I think they're awesome. They come too late to be useful, in my opinion. At that point, you're using them out of novelty, not out of need. I know there's comments rolling in, but we're back to our problem of blocking the station. And while we're here, I'm going to see how much our rubber has reestablished itself. And just restock it. That's good enough. I don't need the whole inventory. We need 8,600 rubber still. Okay, so that's full. This is 9,600. So we'll just take all and put 1,000 back. I think that is all we need for rubber. We're gonna claim that we got it all. And computers, heavy modular frames, motors are all back at home. So I think that we've knocked out everything that we need to from here. Go home mid? What? I need to rename these home left. Home. Where do I want to park this? I guess we'll go left. We're just stopping in. And then power south, left. We're just going to get there and transfer motors, whatever recovery we've had of motors and heavy modular frames, and probably the rest of the computers that we're going to need. I doubt, in fact, I know there's not going to be enough heavy modular frames because the storage can't hold enough. And same goes for motors. We still need 8,000 motors. Yeah, the I'm gonna have to go back and rework either the entrance or the exit to the encased industrial beam loop station loop, so that I can expand the space in between the two intersections. Right now, this won't normally be a problem because we don't actually have another train going back and forth. We just have one at this moment because we're transporting materials. Hopefully, we won't have the. I mean, it was really unlucky that they were crossing at the same time. Not only did they have to be in that area of the track at the same time, but they had to be going opposite directions for that to happen. And that it's such a small section of territory for the length of track of which they are both covering. And there was one of the fighters there on the. I could put things on here to carry this stuff, unload, but it runs so much faster without anything on it that I'm gonna. Oh no, I didn't pick up my stuff! We gotta go back to the hub. Fortunately, I do have the stuff to put down. Storage container. Oh, we don't have any fuel on us. That's unfortunate. Okay. Okay, we need. Not gonna grab that yet. Let's get fuel. It's like blocking the. We're not manufacturing fuel anywhere, so that's. We need to set something up at some point. Actually, I guess let's head all the way down here. Should have taken the trip across the bottom. The modular frames are down bottom, but the motors are up here. It is not fully recovered. That doesn't surprise me. There is not a lot. 3, 5. It's 250. Don't do math on camera. Don't do math on camera. Should be. It's 8 wide, so that's 4,000. 8 wide by 50. I say 8,000. $4,000. Why is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 8 times 5. That was 40. It's 2,000. Where's my math failing? I don't care. We'll just pretend that wasn't a thing. So we have 2050. Bring us up to 4450 total on our motors. Oh, wait, it's gonna take a while to kill all those. Let's get our computers. We only need 250 more computers. That will cover the computers. Oh, did we just ran out the rest of that. Oh, that's being delivered. Okay. And we need to grab all the heavy modular frames that we have made since we've been gone. That's probably not a full container either. Those are slow to build. Oof, 800. $850. How many do we already have? 2,400. So we'll be at 3,250. Fortunately, like I said, you know, the philosophy of not AFKing, I still don't think it's necessary. The time it's going to take to build all this stuff, these materials should replenish themselves. All right. And I don't have the materials on me to upgrade those belts. That's okay. We don't care. Back to the electronics hub to pick up all of our materials that we left behind. If that train wasn't already out of our reach, I would just ride it. E-hub, and then... Why do we have a train passing us by? What train is that? Did that train just come from behind us? I'm confused. Actually, just turn this on and get to chasing that train. Oh, that's the, never mind. That's the relay train. Which is why it's not... Why it's not painted. Yeah, I did forget. For a moment there, I forgot we didn't have fuel. Or we did. We have fuel on site. I had just enough fuel to jetpack up to that ledge. What are you doing? Why are you flashing brake? Okay. I realized we were stopped because they were going down there. I just used to flashing brake. Set at this timetable we're going. Yeah, we were chasing the rogue train. I wonder if, since the map isn't working properly, I couldn't just check the map and look at the name to see what the train was. But all my trains are color coded, so when I saw a train that wasn't color coded, I was confused. If I just about shut off this train, but if I had done that, it would have shut off the brakes. It would have stopped braking. Well, you're really nudging in there, aren't you? Look at that. And it would have coasted straight into the back end. That's what we're here for. As long as there's still cars on that train, that means it is still in use. You see where he just turned and went around there? That's the only place. That place we could have. We could have that same problem with trains going one way and the other, and there not being enough space between the merger lines. I was aware of that when I built this, but I also calculated the length of trains that go through here and directions are going, and it should never be able to happen in this space. But as I add more trains, if we ever have a train crossing the other way, it could happen. And I completely forgot about this one being a thing, because we have no trains accessing the station. That was concerning. The final car on that train was missing. Final car on that train is compacted coal. That means that my padding for compacted coal has run out. Yeah, I mean, color coding or zip tie. It's you should see me Minecrafting. Whenever I do redstone, everything's on wool and it's color-coded wool. I cringe when I watch Minecraft videos and people do redstone on stone. Oh, you're asking for it. And doing redstone on stone is the worst material you can use, because if you're working around the area later on, there's no indication that stone isn't just stone you need to mine out. If you're not on top of it to where you can see that it's part of a redstone mechanism, you can easily just dig out, if you're making a new room next to it or underneath it. And since you never want to put redstone on naturally generating blocks, even if you placed the blocks, you can't tell at a glance that it's a player placed block. My argument for using wool is the opposite of the argument that some people make to not use wool. Some people won't use wool because it takes a long time to pick up the wool if you mess up your mechanism and you're like, oh, I need to rework, this whole area and redesign the redstone. The time that it takes longer for them to pick up the wool, which is a valid argument. My argument is that wool is the other way. I want something that's resistant to being picked up, so I don't accidentally, if I'm taking down things that are around it, and I've got haste and an efficiency pickaxe, I don't want to accidentally break those blocks just because of bad aim or, I clicked for too long. You'll never accidentally pick up wool. I would imagine that Doc M77 is probably using diamond ore for redstone. I don't typically watch his videos. I don't mind the guy. His content doesn't usually draw me in. which is kind of strange because I'm a redstoner. But he's his style of Minecraft relies heavily on exploiting bugs in the game, and I'm not a person who likes to exploit bugs in games. So it doesn't draw me to watch it. It's not a judgment, you know. You do you. People play their way, and it is interesting the stuff that he. I've seen him do some really interesting stuff, but it's just not my. It's not my thing. I'm just gonna leave that parked there. But yeah, he's definitely one to do, because he likes to do auto miners and clear out, massive areas, and so he ends up with tons of extra, like, diamond stuff. Oh, why do you always show up when I'm fixing the cargo capacity? I swear I was looking at that and nothing was going across it, but it was probably something flat. And seriously, every time I come over here to make space for the train is when it shows up. Alright, well, we got a good amount off of there. I think that'll probably be enough for all the storage that we're going to need for the project. Whew. So much stuff. So disorganized. Just random everything everywhere. That's okay. Once everything's delivered here, I'll hit the sort button and probably move some things around so that it's easier for us to know what materials we have where. I'm not going to worry about it right now. And this was our manually carried in stock. Why do I have 4 heavy modular frames in here? And 10 steel pipe. What was going on? Crazy. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, Docm, I mean, I can see Let's Game It Out and Docm, they're both agents of chaos. But to a different purpose. Different motives there, I guess. So I'm trying to figure out if I feel like we probably should. I think we should. I think this is a stopping point, at least for this project. Think of what else I need to do for the episode. Because our next step for this project is to figure out how much space we're going to dedicate to a floor of fuel generators so that we can start to take shape on what the building's going to be and start to figure out how many floors we're going to have. And that's going to take time, and it's going to take mental capacity that I'm running short on at the moment. it's a huge time investment. It's not something that I want to stop midway and then have to refigure out where we were at on that. So I think for this project, we've made amazing progress. Let me think of what I need to do for my episode. I need to do the walkthrough of the high-speed connector building that we built at the beginning of this run today. I think most of you guys weren't here yet when I was building that building. Regardless of what we're going to, if or not we're going to continue, we're done with this area for now. I'm going to need my train back because I need to build anything else for the episode. I need the train. Oh, and that's not good because all the stuff that's on that normally on my train is right here. All right, let me think. Let me think. What am I going to need to do for the episode? I need to do the walk and talk. I need to run some conveyors. I don't think we're going to build anything else for the episode. I think it's just doing the outro, doing the walk and talk, doing the editing so that I know how much time I have left to walk and talk. I think that before we end it, I can go back there and I can run the conveyors and show you guys what is going on. And then I think we call it a night. Hopefully that's enough storage to empty the train. We just added 2 new double containers to it. So that should be enough for it to carry back and forth. See, like, there's a lot more space on this loop here that 2 trains going both directions will never block each other. And I need to do that for the other stations where possible. Stop the train real quick. Autosave's kicking in. We're going to surf on the train. Oh, no, since it's such a light train, it's taking off a lot faster. Let's do this. Right, we need to go like this. There we go. We'll surf and scan for hard drives. I really want to build something over this void in the future. I think it's going to be so cool. Oh, I'm not glitching and falling off and dying. I have a jetpack. I mean, it could have thrown me into the void, but I'm pretty sure I could have recovered. I feel like Teen Wolf riding on top of this. Which, as soon as that thought went through my head, I told myself, don't make that reference because that's an old reference. Oh. Oh, it's probably that one right there. I don't know how many people here ever saw Teen Wolf. But it's not exactly a recent movie. Okay, so it's not that one that I was looking at down there. So did we already get that one over there? I mean, we went through the area, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did. And now it's beeping. What is up with you? Alright, I want you to leave me alone. You guys should bring gas masks. Where'd he go? Coward, come out. Oh, freebie. Put a map marker down that we're not going to have any idea what it means because we can't edit it. Let me type. We are not leaving a ramp for spitters to come up. It was clearly was confused because now Ficsit brand technology. Not very inspiring. TV show. So, if you're talking about Teen Wolf, yeah, there was. I forgot about it. There was a Saturday morning cartoon Teen Wolf. I don't know if they made a live-action TV show about it, but Teen Wolf, originally Teen Wolf was a movie starring Michael J. Fox in his early days. Hilarious comedy, but a very, very dated reference. Don't go without me. Oh! took advantage of him stopping at a red light. There's a TV show for Netflix. It doesn't surprise me. No IP is sacred. Yeah, it was the movie was Michael J. Fox way before Back to the Future. At least it feels like it was way before then. That's interesting. The display on my handheld device is getting all blurry. Like the word hard drive is still nice and crisp, but the out of range has gotten super blurry. Alright, don't. Apparently it doesn't want to let me pick it up. It still has plenty to deliver. That's emptied. That's emptied. All right. Do this. We have 2.5. Actually, let's do this. It was 11. That way it'll... Obviously, the other container is no longer... the other freight platform back at home is no longer... holding material in it, so spread it out a little bit. So at the beginning of the live stream today, for those who were not present, we built this building right here, and we actually did a time lapse and everything, but we have not connected the inputs yet or run the power to it. And why do we have... Oh, right, because that's going there. We will not need that for long. Yes, this is our new high-speed connector building. That is not yet turned on. How these look in black and green. Or green and black. Okay, that's, yeah, it's already the dark green. We're gonna have power running from the front. That's right height. I'm going to want to turn that into a single-sided, but not yet because it's actually applying power. Oh, that's why it's not lining up, because I have a middle stripe here, and here I have the middle stripe here. And you realize I had a middle stripe in that one. These were not meant to match up, that's just coincidence. That's fine, it doesn't have to be on the same level. I'm not going to bother connecting that because I'm going to remove that in a moment. Maybe we'll make it the same because these are tall tall machines. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and do it. Still not the right height. Should be the middle. We need another double. Not gonna work because there is a platform outside that is in the way. Where do we want the power to come out? Going up there, I guess we could have done it down here. That will be the new relay of power to there, so we don't have to have poles running along this way. In fact, we're going to go ahead and shut that building down right now. And that is connecting all the way over there. We don't need this to be a double anymore. Over, crossing over. All right, so that building should be turned back on. Wouldn't hurt to have a door here to go up, but really just going out to the ocean. So if you're curious about the construction of this building and want to see what hopefully is a decent time lapse, it'll be a short time lapse at best, then be sure to catch tomorrow's episode because that's where it's going to be. All right. We need, so down there is the input for the circuit boards. That's going to be silica. A Mark III conveyor lift. It's not going to be a good turn, is it? Oh, I knew it. Huh. I knew it when we had to line this up because of where these are, that was not going to be a nice 90-degree turn. Turn it this way, it'll have to zigzag anyway. Yeah, it looks, if it looks any better. I don't like them having to go out and then come back. It's a worse offender. If we can get a nice little S shape, then it's definitely much better. That's not bad. That will be our silica intake, and this right here is going to be quick wire. It's going to come out that window. And that's the right height? Yes. Why does that look wrong? Okay. That works. And this will be the output. I really don't know where I want to run that. We have computers coming along the way, and these can never back up. That's not possible because these go to they're delivered to our base, and there's an overflow into a sink. So this line can never get congested. So if we were to merge this output with that, we could say we could send them all back to base, but we're not going to send them all back to base because these are high-speed connectors, and I think we're going to need them like immediately for supercomputers, which we're also going to need computers for. If we merge the line, we'd have to split it. No, I think I'm just not going to run the output. Because the very next project after this, and I even hesitate to call it a project, it's going to be, the next thing I build for the following episode is going to be supercomputers, which means I'm going to, where that building ends up is going to determine where this line needs to go. And I could run this up and over and get it up into, our terrible belt ugly area that I'm going to fix soon. And then just have, not knowing where it needs to be, and then I'm just going to have to move it again. So I think I just leave the output to dead end here. Because we don't need high-speed connectors for anything else at the moment. Oh, no, that's not true. We need them for research to unlock supercomputers. We need them to go into a storage. Darn it. All right. Just need a temporary platform. That does not feel like where it should be. I guess it's right. What we want is a... No, we don't. We want these, I think. Think that works. Oh, that's too high. I need to do this, but I need to do it down there. So let's go with the original plan A of putting a hole here just to have a measuring stick. We don't actually want to use this. But this gives us our alignment. The middle of that platform, which should be the middle. Oh, that's... But that belt's not in the middle of the platform. Okay. The direction of it. Complete. That did not work. Which is odd because it connected to a lift to place its location, but now the lift's pushing itself out further. Right. I think I need to go one more platform down. And 2. And it's facing the wrong way. How many more times can I get this wrong? Which direction? Now I'm less confident on the height. All right. Sure, it's unsupported, but, you know, it's fine. It's all right angles. And then we'll just throw it into a container. We're not going to actually determine that it needs to go anywhere. Okay, we put it to the top. Silica needs to come out here. I did not give myself any room to work with. This is, like what I said, this whole area is going to get reworked. Now, you know, now that I'm zeroing in on the remainder of the buildings that go in this area, we're close to being done with the electronics hub. And that means now I'll know where all the buildings are and all the supplies need to go. Means I can start rerouting everything and clean it up. What's that belt? Mark IV. I'll have to get the quick wire to jump this belt. See here, that's the line. 1, 2. I think that's still not on. Oh, floor above it. I think it's gonna be that one. You know, there was such an improvement in the game when they made this soft tipping. Where now we can build things like that. Like before, you couldn't. Like those two couldn't have touched each other before. And it's made things so much easier, especially like, oh, I need to nudge this over one, but I want to leave the previous one there so that I know where I'm aligning to. Or, you know, edges of machines touching walls now isn't a hard thing. Yeah, soft clip, it was... They implemented it so well. I don't think that's going to align now. It's not. I don't even know that I'm using this belt. This is literally just a leftover belt from something else. I shouldn't be aligning off of it. In fact, I'm not using it. You're gone. You're out of here. This is contributing to the... No, no. Oh, why did I do that? I was going to use it. All right. Now that I've got rid of support. I'm gonna use it for something else. This is the circuit boards, which are going to be going in here to the computer building next episode when I double up the size of that building, or the production rate of it. Why do I have this? Yeah. Oh, this is overflow. Yeah. I have circuit boards coming from all over the place. Yeah, you can definitely get away with so many more building shenanigans. Just, the bounding boxes of machines, for example, do not line up with the model of the machine, and so you always had gaps between them of dead space, and they looked okay, but it was hard enforced. And at some point they said, you know what, we don't have to enforce this. That is for this entirely. We are coming from here. This is our new quick wire, our third freight platform of quick wire. And so this is the one we're going to draw from. So just need it to go. You need to get from there. It would help if I clean up all the temporary stuff that have been disconnected at some point. Like I said, I need to come through here and just rework this whole area. Our destination is over there. Go along. This isn't being used. That's our piggyback right there. That's it. I really need to move that, but I'm not going to right now. 1, 2, right there's the height we need that at. We're just gonna oh yeah, the ridiculous amount of quick wire. Before last episode, we were producing 1,200 quick wire per minute, and we were using 1270. So we were at a 70 deficit. And last episode, we shut down or converted our circuit board manufacturing at this site that was using quick wire. We converted it over to the silica recipe, freeing up 400, 410, I think, or something. Worth of quick wire, putting us just at what we needed to be able to fire up this building right here, bringing us back up to like 1180 quick wire per minute use. But that building over there, which is our computer manufacturing, right now is using 420 quick wire per minute. And we're going to double its production rate by turning on the other 4 machines that are in it, which was going to put us right past our 1200 again. So this episode that we'll have tomorrow will cover our doubling our quickwire output or production, which is what this third freight platform is. So we're now producing 2,400 quickwire per minute, and it's spread over these three brains failing freight platforms. And so it's making it a lot easier for me to split the numbers out evenly. This is literally 840, and it's going to use exactly 840 because we'll go from 420 to 840, and we have nearly 400, something like that, quickwire left over between in each one of these. There's that one, and this one right here is using 400 quickwire per minute. So yeah, I mean, we're eating up so much quickwire, it's ridiculous. And this is with us taking 400 something quickwire offline of usage. I think that's it. That's it. This building's ready to fire up, but I'm not ready to actually do the walkthrough of it. And I always turn it on as we fire it up. I knew I painted these on accident. The last thing I need to do is I need to connect circuit boards. We're making enough circuit boards over here extra that I just split a line off and brought it across. So this floor is now going into a smart splitter before it goes and merges the floor above to go to computers. We're only going to be eating up 12 circuit boards per minute. And since last episode, we converted this from the quickwire recipe to the silica recipe. The silica recipe produces more more circuit boards than the other one did. So there's enough surplus for me to steal 12 per minute, as long as I use a smart splitter to go to the other building. And that will take care of all 4 of these. It's only 3 per machine. All I gotta do is connect that, which I'll do in the video. Yeah, I think that's good. And then when I turn on the other 4 machines in the other, for the computers, I'll need to run another circuit board line, which will use our circuit boards that we are manufacturing over at the Spire, which is this source right here. So I'll have to run this, which is why as soon as I deleted these, I went, no, I needed that. I'll have to run this as a supplemental source. But that's to be done on the next episode. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I need to call it. Brain is turning to mush. I've got to do a bunch of... I got to get in DaVinci Resolve, and I got to do a bunch of editing for tomorrow's episode and see how much time I have left to do the walkthrough of that building. I have to put together the time lapses, so I have a few thousand screenshots to go through for the time lapse of building this building and building the expansion on the quickwire. And I got to get that episode out tomorrow because I missed last week. And because that episode is saying, by the way, if you're interested, we're doing the power infrastructure over at the other place, and I want people who are watching the episodes who don't normally see that I have a live stream to know that I'm live streaming Satisfactory for the next couple of weeks at least, so they have an opportunity to come and check it out. So I need to get this episode out tomorrow. Whew. Extremely productive run. Well, we're pushing 7 hours, which doesn't surprise me. We have easily two more live streams of work to do over at the new power plant, and it absolutely will not be surprised if it takes more than that. So I would say for at least the next 2 weekends, I'll be doing Satisfactory, and maybe more beyond that. We'll see. We'll see how things go. We'll see how much we get done. And we'll just go from there. But I'm so glad people could come and hang out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I really enjoyed chatting with people. It makes this, there's so much work to be done, and being able to do this with hanging out with other people makes time go a lot faster. And it helps, talking out problems and working through problems and talking about design things, interactively with others. So definitely try to make it back if you can next weekend. Try to catch tomorrow's episode, which will not be about what we were doing. So it will be something else to see. But thank you very much for coming out. Be sure to like it on the way you're out, and subscribe if you haven't. And see you next week. Have a great night, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.